Top of the morning, traders, and happy Friday, March 20th, and welcome to the most value-packed live trading show, where we live trade, break down charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. Free Trade Friday. The link is in the free tier Discord. If you're looking to join us for the delay-free ad-free stream, you're more than welcome to join us there. It is OPEX, okay, OPEX, triple witching. We have the monthly contracts, weekly contracts, and the quarterly contracts all expiring simultaneously. The market is looking to gap down. Main thing today is, guys, ramp down, ease your way into the weekend. You don't want to do anything too major. If you're green, play defense. You don't even have to entertain any trades. All right, if this has been a rough week for you, right, don't add insult to injury by trying to overtrade, over leverage today, and make things a little more difficult for you, make that hole a little deeper. So very, very important that we focus on the action today. Whatever happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today will stay in today. The best way to take advantage of the opportunities is to be as present as possible. Be as present as possible. Actively look for your setups. If you already have alerts set and you're passively just monitoring, wait for those alerts. Don't take anything before that if that's your plan. Whatever you do, stick to the plan. Look for your setups and look to sail into the weekend. Okay, that's gonna be the protocol for today. Okay, we're looking to gap down once again. So the theme continues. March has been about the gap downs and gap ups. Gap downs, gap ups every single day. So this has just been a masterclass. Okay, course on gaps up and gap downs. So this, if you traded with us this month, you're gonna be a master at gap ups and gap downs. Okay, and you'll realize not every gap gets filled right away. It takes some time. All right, let this thing open up, and we'll get ready to rock and roll. Good morning, HHP PCBD 22663. Good morning, Aaron. As you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. As you're coming in, smash the like button. We are officially open. That opening print is 656.56. 656.56, that opening print. I'm going to keep a close eye on that trend line support on SPY to kick things off. The one that we discussed in pre-market, I want to see if we interact with that. If we can hold below 655.17, we do have a nice little room to slide into PML. So we're opening up in prior day's range. We're opening up within pre-market high, pre-market low. To open things up, we're seeing the Dow taking the lead right off the bat, and we're seeing IWM trying to gravitate towards that towards 50% retrace. That might be the wrong 50% retrace. So let me just do this real quick. That might be the 50% retrace from yesterday. Give me 1 second. There we go. All right, there we go. So IWM is above that 50% retrace. Okay, as you're coming in, guys, make sure to smash the like button. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. PML for today, 653.19 on SPY. Qs are selling off here. Qs below view up first 5 minutes. See if that can hold. PML on the Qs, 587.05. Okay, PML on the Dow, 475. Flat. PML on IW, 244.75. PMH on IW, 250 psychological level. PMH on the Dow, 461.49. PMH on the Qs, 594.70. Okay, so all of them are still within pre-market low, pre-market low, pre-market high. All of them are still within prior day's range. SPY is getting near that. See if we can continue to break that those lows and continue to sell off. We're coming into that prior day low here. So far, everything is red except the Dow. Everything is red except the Dow here. Let me take this off real quick. I want to see how we interact with this guy here. All right. It's my main area of focus, okay? How does our interaction with this level, how do the buyers and sellers feel about this? How do the buyers and sellers feel about this? Good morning, MW. Forget work. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for refilling my coffee, Yuri, and 35.20.36.3. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. VIX, again, if VIX hugs 25, it can be a little back and forth. IV 32, keep a close eye on IV. ATR 127, some level of normalcy. See if SPY can hold below that VWAP. Hold below that VWAP. Okay, PML is right here. Okay, PML is right there. 5-minute orb army would be the first ones on the clock. If you do trade the 5-minute orb, first ones on the clock. Good morning, Nico. As you're coming in, guys, make sure to smash the like button. Smash the like button. Okay. Smash the like button as you're coming in. We will do a giveaway once we get to 100 likes, 150 likes, and 200 likes. Okay, Uber breaking that trend line. That was the name I also liked. We'll take a look at Uber here just shortly. And at 11:30, I'd say at 10:30, between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, we'll go over some of the names that are below the 200 EMAs, mega cap names, and we'll go over some of that. Okay, we'll go over all those names, and we'll see which sectors are selling off in relation to their critical moving averages, and might be a good time to start creating a watch list for yourself to see if there's any opportunities coming up or currently available for you to capitalize off of. Okay, so be on the lookout for that. We're going to do that between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. Okay, see if you can hold below 655.17. I want the VIX to hold above that 25. Today, I'm looking to have cleaner entries. This week, the theme has been, okay, from a rationale standpoint, most trades have been correct on the chart. Execution entry have not been. So it took me multiple attempts to get in. So again, I'm looking to clean that up as much as possible. Sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, but I'll try to do my part. Because sometimes when you wait for too much confirmation, all right, it's a double-edged sword. You wait for too much confirmation, it leaves. You wait for too little confirmation, you get stopped out. So it's a fine line. This is when trading starts to lean towards being an art over a science. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Arthur. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, Vanuz. Good morning, Inner Joy Vibes. Good morning, Mr. Chess Dog 74. Good morning, guys. Our next goal, of course, is to hit 4,100 subs. All right, 4,100 subs. At this rate, I believe we'll be there in no time. 655 psychological level. Okay, so you get that nice little hold. Okay, so hold below that, a retrace reject. I want that 25 VIX to hold as well. I want the 25 VIX to hold as well. So you want to use that view up as your risk into PML, see if that can provide that retrace reject. Okay, basically we talked about in the pre-market. I want to see how we interact, ensure there's no sweeps coming in off of that level. Let's take a look at the 5. The 15 looks solid. Okay, the 15 looks solid. Okay, now VIX, create that separation. Qs continue to sell off. So who's not joining the sell-off party? The Dow refuses. Okay, the Dow did wick up, but it just refused to break those lows. IW did sell off temporarily on that first 5. Okay, see if IW continue to push to the downside. All right, still monitoring the situation here. If you took the 5-minute breaker, okay, the 5-minute breaker would probably get you in this trade. Okay, just viewing how we're going to interact with this level, paying attention to how we interact with that level. If you're already in, just manage accordingly if it makes sense to you. If we can get a wick there, that does look appealing. I want to see a nice wick. Okay, I like how the VIX just went above it. Okay, I want the VIX to stay above. This level here. If we get a nice wick to the downside, I want that 5-minute candle to start to fade. Okay, no signs of reclaim. VIX stays above 2503, 25 psychological level. I'm looking at the 652s, back to the downside. Risk being VWAP. Okay, so I just want that price action confirmation at the current moment. I want this candle, the 5-minute candle, to start to fade. I want to see a topping wick. I don't want that top to be a full top. Okay, let's see if we can that slide. Close back below 655.16. We'll be patient. The longer it takes, matter of fact, the better, because that shockwave 15 is going to be setting up shortly. So this is maybe just creating that opening range. Okay, so no trade so far, just assessing this area. There's a certain kind of candle I want to see on that 5. We are below the VWAP on all 3. Okay, let's see if we get that nice push. Okay, I'm looking at looking to go a little farther strike, 652s. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. Okay, I'll take the puts right there. I'm in the puts. So you get that nice little break, 10-15% risk. Okay, if that can lead me to VWAP, that'd be great. I want the VIX to stay above 25. Let's see if this can break. Break those lows. Want that 5-minute candle to stay solid. Okay. If you did take this, manage accordingly. If you did take that, manage accordingly. VWAP would be my risk. No close back above VWAP. In this case, I want everything to dump. I want the Qs to dump. If IWM can hold below 246.31, that would be great. My NC would be don't knock out these highs. Don't close above these highs. Okay, that'd be my risk. So no close back above those highs. See if you can continue to sell. There we go. Go, go, go. Contracts are moving atrociously. All right. But no surprise. Okay, so let's see if we can. 5-minute candle. We don't want to see buyers stepping on that 5. I want that top and wick to remain. In the meantime, we'll stay in. Okay, see if we can close below 654.87. That would be great. We're seeing some buyers trying to attempt to buy it off those lows. We want that selling pressure to continue. Take out that 654.59. That'd be great. Okay, go, go, go. The only thing holding us up right now is the Dow's just fighting those lows. Just buyers trying to step in off those lows. Okay, so we did see about 6%. Is the chart frozen, guys, on YouTube? Okay, give me 1 second. That's not good. All right. Okay. How about now? Okay, if we close above those highs, I'll get stopped out. Let me know how it is now. If you guys do see that, guys, just let me know. Okay, if you do see that, let me know. So still in this. Okay, how about now? Let me know. So my risk is all the way up here. If we close above that 655.50, then I'll get stopped out. Close back above VWAP. So very small size here. Okay, I'll get stopped out there. Okay, stopped out there at about 19. Couldn't get that continued push lower. Okay, stopped out there at 19. Couldn't get that push lower. Thumbs up in the chat. Okay, so if you guys see that, guys, the quicker you can let me know, the better. And of course, here we go. Right there, stop hunting. If we can just stay in this area, wait for that 915, that'd be great. For this to continue to push lower, the VIX needs to get back above 25. Okay. So a lot of buyers down there for us to get no follow through. We're going back that VWAP for that retest. If your risk is a closure above VWAP, you're on the verge of getting stopped. I already got stopped at 19. Okay. Gave it a shot to see if there's some follow through behind it, but a lot of back and forth. One thing is, my invalidation marker for the VIX's lens was that 25. All right. So unless the VIX course corrects, see if this thing can reclaim that VWAP. And we have 2 more minutes left until we get back to the heart of that range. All right, once we're in there, the shock wave will be available to us. All right, so Shockwave will be available. Strikers, again, on the striker, if you're on Free Trade Friday, there's no screen issues. So there's no screen issues there. So you're not going to, sometimes on YouTube it happens. Amazon, how's Amazon looking? Okay, look at that, look at SPY. And Amazon fall off a cliff. Okay, it fell off a cliff initially. See if we can, as the market is bouncing, see if Amazon can really break down as well. It's looking like it's taking the same route as the market. If you're looking for that resistance on Amazon, daily open, 50% retrace, key zone. 207.34, 207.62. That's the resistance on Amazon. Okay, if we get into we enter the jaws this gap, we'll see what takes place. So first trade, this is the first trade here, guys. Okay, we did see some, we did see a little bit of green, 6%. All right, but was looking for this complete breakdown to PML. One thing I don't want to see, okay, we address it with our team. Okay, is we don't want to be sticky to this. We don't want to go like this, like this, like this, like this. If we can't create separation away from 654.28, 654.28, 656.16, and the VIX hugs 25, more than likely it can get a little choppy. Okay, we're coming to daily open. We are coming into daily open, so that was a good stop there. And look at the VIX. VIX just falls off a cliff, and our range is set. Our range is set. Okay, look at this. It looks like the market just is fueling up. The Dow took off. Everything's back above VWAP. Okay. Everything's back above VWAP. Let's see, get that nice break. And for this to take place, we need that continued push lower on the VIX. So far, confidence is low. Okay, score 3 out of 8. Moderate bull control, moderate bull control. Okay, moderate bull control. Ripple Army, you're looking for that 560, 656 break. Waves, you're looking for that. You're looking for the EMAs to catch up. So the first one to trigger is the Dow. The Dow triggered already. See if the Dow can hold. We'll use the Dow for sentiment purposes. The Dow's coming to 50% retrace the daily, 460.77. Look at that. You guys see that wick? Look at the manipulation, guys. This is OPEX. If you haven't tried OPEX before, fasten your seatbelts. Okay, size all the way down, team. Is it still frozen? Okay, thank you for letting me know, guys. Dell, look at this, Dell. Dell. There we go. See if Dell can break that. See if it can continue off that gap up. Okay, see if we get a trigger on Dell, or if it goes back into the jaws of that gap. Was there ER on Dell? So let's see what Dell wants to have the momentum. We have that alert set. That would have been nice for a nice swing. The best thing is if you're in a swing and you get a gap in your favor. Oh, those are the best. Right? Those are the best. Right? You get a swing and the gap's up in your favor, or gaps down in your favor in your desired direction. Those are the best. What's the worst? Inverse. Right? When it does the opposite. All right, so we're sticky. We're holding to that theme, guys. We're holding to that theme of being sticky. So I'll just wait for some sort of triggers. SMCI. So it seems like this mid-tier, small-tier semiconductors are getting it done. SMCI, if we get that trigger above that, we will be alerted. Okay, you bring the names, we'll set the alerts. SMCI, you might have to monitor the spreads on SMCI. I haven't traded SMCI probably like maybe a year, 2 years. Okay, so monitor the spreads on SMCI. So with individual stocks, they each have distinct personalities. So what that means, you have to take into consideration the spreads, their ATR. All right, they're unique. They are unique. Chop, chop, chop on this OPEX. Good morning, guys. If you're just jumping in, make sure to smash the like button. 100 likes is the threshold. 100 likes is the goal. That help us get to 4,050 subs by the end of the day. That would be great. I did take one trade. Stopped out. I was trying to get a retrace reject from the momentum we saw in pre-market to the downside. Risk being that view up territory, and they get stopped out. Everything is still within that opening range. Let me put my ATR filter back on and then chop, chop, chop. So at least Shockwave allows you not to get involved in the mess. Okay, unless you're doing something before that, it allows you not to get involved in the mess. Okay, I'm still monitoring that breakdown. Okay, so let me take this off. That's not a level, that was just my NC. Still monitoring that breakdown. All right, so it's going to be tied to that 655.16 break. The VIX needs to get above that 25, continue to push. We're starting to see a nice push. We grab those highs. Trap, trap, trap. Okay, look at that. See if we can hold below this level here. See what triggers first. Let's see what triggers first. Confidence is still low, all right? Confidence is still low. Score 3 out of 8 F. So let's see if the scores can improve. So moderate bear control. So the control has flipped. I'm looking at the same contract as before. Okay, look at that. So that second break, they just had to grab these highs here. That second break was nice. Okay, see if you get one more push into those highs. This breakdown is beautiful. Ripple Army, if you took that, you're in. We're above that 25. I'm going to look for the retrace reject. One little bounce, one little bounce, one little bounce. One little bounce. One little bounce is what I need. So the SPY triggered. Q's triggered as well. Okay, I'm looking for a retrace reject and to see if the risk reward box can print. If you can do that, I'll be taking that. One little bounce. Get as close as possible to that level. A lot of selling pressure still there. If you did take that break, you already allocate a risk. Manage accordingly. Okay. These breaks are taking place quickly, guys. Look at that. So now the theme from pre-market is starting to come to fruition. This was just the initial fake out break. If you're in, okay, now risk reward is opening up. Okay, so you get a nice little push as close as possible to 654.65. Okay, this is already triggered. So see if you can get one more little push to get a good entry. Or I might be forced to take it right there. Okay, so you got one little push, one little push. Okay, I'll take it right there. Okay, I'm in the puts. My risk is going to be daily, that 50% retrace here. No, the daily downside breaker, along with 1 unit risk. So I'll let this play out. Either get stopped out or hit target, scale out. Okay. VIX is out of here. If you did take this, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. If you got that initial break, you should be up more than double digits. Okay. Average fill is 118. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Dump this thing. buyers just stepping up off those lows. So dangerous to short off those lows. There we go, up 11. TP where you need to, team, if you need to, guys. TP, TP. If you want to hold, up 13. Take some off right there at 13. Thank you very much. A little early scale out. And see if we can hit TP now. Okay, so my NC would be here after a 13% scale out. So no close back above here. Okay, now no close back above here. I will hold. Okay, to target. So discretionary scale out at 13. I want the VIX to continue to push higher. That 5 minute still looks bearish. 15 minutes is bearish as can be. We can't try to see some buyers stepping in impulsively, but as long as we don't take this out, no close back above here for that reclaim, I'll be there. Okay, I'll ride this thing out. If you took that dollar signs in the chat, dollar signs in the chat for that quick TP. Beautiful job, Calvin. Done for the day. There you go. That's the was that off the shockwave? So that's why it's so dangerous to buy off those lows, because there's buyers there, right? That's been the lesson all month, I would say. Okay, down 5, down 6 on runners. Need that to hold. Need that area, this level to hold. So I want this to turn into resistance. Don't want it to turn into reclaim. Okay, I want that rejection there. No close back above there. Reject, reject, reject. Okay, reject or I eject. Okay, I'm going to jump out. Okay. If you're waiting for that retest, if you get that, this is your territory to get involved. Now I want the VIX to break those highs, continue to push higher. Okay. Take that to the floor. The floor being the 653.69. Take it to the floor. Drop it. Drop, drop, drop. So this entry would have been a little better, but sometimes that's not going to provide an opportunity. So I got to take it. I'm not going to take it right there because I know the pricing and the fills. I want to see if I can get some sort of relief pop. Look at the buyers trying to push this thing up. All right, so there's sellers on top of them, but they're trying to push it. Okay, so just be very careful going short off lows. That 15 looks as bearish as can be. Okay, TP coming up. The Qs are about to hit TP. IW has not triggered yet. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? 21%. Beautiful job. Done for the day. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's what I want to see. Beautiful. 13. Beautiful. Done for the day. Good, good, good. Up 13. Beautiful job, Jake. Beautiful job, Joe. All right, if you're a one and done, if you're on the one and done train. All right, that was it. I'm about to hit TP here. Okay, I didn't get a chance to check the chat on YouTube fully, so we'll break that down shortly. Okay. Buyers are there off those lows. As long as the VIX stays about 25.47, all right, we'll let the buyers continue to get slammed lower. Okay, up 16, 18. Okay, we're about to hit TP. Can we hit TP? I want to slice through TP. We can't get a response off of it, but that 15-minute candle, a lot of selling on that 15-minute candle. So team, remember that rationale from pre-market prep, right? This entry was just okay, TP there if you need to. All right, TP there if you need to. That's the first TP. 2-to-1 risk reward. Okay, I'll move my NC to here. So no close above here. See, I can take this to TP2. We can't get a response off of that. All right, I don't want to see buyers step in. I want it to continue. I want the VIX to continue. The Qs hit TP as well. Small caps just need to sell off. Now see if we can take this to PML. All right. Go, go, go. Take it to the floor. Up 18. There we go. Up 20. There we go. Again, we can't get buyers stepping in here, so we want this to continue to push lower. So we want the selling pressure to be overwhelming. Time and sale speeding up. Okay, I'll close it right there. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spy. Pleasure doing business. Again, so this initial entry, right? What I was looking to play. Remember the game plan. So who remembers the game plan from pre-market? Okay, as soon as I leave, of course, it wants to go lower. So PML coming up. That's our next target. That's how we do it, team. So the game plan this morning was set, but they got me there on that early entry. Okay, so if you're in that dollar signs, and there you go. All right, so we talked about this breakdown, but they got me right here, that fake out. But again, we wait for it, and of course our system gives us the read, and this thing is probably up 50, 60%, guys. Okay, 2-1 right there. You're done for the day. Okay, Shockwave 15, game changer. Okay, game changer. Holding 2 runners. Absolutely, guys. Have fun with the runners. 20%. Beautiful job. Lambish 1. Okay, there we go. That's how we do it. Okay, it's at PML now, so that's the target. So that first trade that I did take was a discretionary entry. I wanted to see if you get a retrace reject there. Okay, using VWAP, right? Of course, to use that to trap. So what were they looking for here? So what is the rationale behind this not breaking down, right? Because, okay, there was some liquidity there. They say, you know what? Before we break this thing down, we might as well grab the liquidity up here. Okay. If that PML doesn't hold, it's going to TP2. Who's still in? I'm bullish, bearish, but lambish. I like that. Look at this, guys. I was just waiting for me to get out of the position. All right. The SAT exit indicator never fails. So when I'm out of the position, that's a great indicator that it's going to take another leg lower. Okay. Dollar size first day. Okay, let me get caught up in the chat a little bit. Smash the like button, guys. Smash the like button another day. Shockwave 15 to the rescue. All right, let's go. Frozen. Okay, we fixed that. This is yesterday. I see SPY 65. Okay, happy Friday. Took some calls at the bottom. Green for the day. Good. What put did you take? Went a little further, 652s. Now targeting that second TP. Who's riding this? Where are my diamond handers? My diamond hand traders. What was the play? Retrace, reject, Shockwave 15, breakdown, bearish expansion to the downside. All right, so you can see I only gave us one signal today. All right, outside of me trying to short it there. Look at this. All right, so again, the question I pose is what is being in this trade worth to you? Or being in trades like this worth to you? Okay, high confidence. You see how the confidence adjusted. We were moderately bearish there. 6 out of 8 B. So already hit TP2. So to give you some context, I had those contracts at 118. They're currently at 180. Stopped out 27% IWM put. Beautiful job. IWM, I think, was the last one to break. Yeah, so the IWM was the laggard. The Qs fell off a cliff. SPY fell off a cliff as well. So hopefully you guys are putting pieces together as far as the pre-market prep. If you watch the pre-market prep, okay, this came straight from the game plan. All right, so game plan, making that game plan is so important. I've been saying it from day one. I'll say it for as long as I need to. Okay, the pre-market prep is the most important program. A nice PML sweep, bouncing off that the PML. Okay, I was able to end the week green. I'm done. Beautiful job, Calvin. Up 80%. Okay, beautiful. I'm riding this with my month out puts, printing. Beautiful. I'm holding for a retrace. Got out at the first green candle. Pull back. Beautiful. Profit is profit. Okay. All out 28%. On profit done. Beautiful, beautiful. Happens to me all the time. First day and confused, and I did a call and got bled out. Whenever, if you get confused, sometimes it happens to me. It happens to the best of us sometimes. All right, it happens. Those are outlier cases. If you have the wrong side of the position, okay, best practice is close it out immediately. Don't wait. Okay, close it out immediately. That's at least that's what I do. Okay, I mean I can't tell you what to do verbatim, but if it were me, say if I'm looking to take puts here and I got calls by accident, right, I'm hitting the sell button right away. I'm correcting it. Sometimes it turns into a happy accident. So I'm trying to get maybe put calls here for some reason. I take puts and it drops and I'm in it. I'm not going to say, oh, since I'm in it, let me play it. No. I'm going to exit because I didn't plan for that. Okay. Sometimes it works in your favor. Sometimes it doesn't. But it's always best practice to close it and not just say, hey, you know what? I'm in it. Might as well see where it goes. All right. The market will bail you out a few times. That's what it loves to do. It bails you out a few times. When you get comfortable, okay, it's a thief at night. Takes everything you got. All right, so good job, guys. Again, that came in exactly at 10:51. 10:51, you would be done at 10 o'clock. Okay, you can be done at the second TP at 10:02. If I got that right. So that came in at 9:51. Okay, not 10:51. 9:51 a.m. Eastern to 10:02. 4R. If you scalped it there, scalped a little more there, you'd be fine. Now we're starting to catch a nice little bit off that PML, off that second TP. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. That's the goal. Okay. This is live trading, training, education. All right. There's a go-to channel, so make sure to subscribe, guys. Make sure to hit the like button for the giveaway. I entered out the 50% retrace. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You saw everything else breaking down. Beautiful job. Sometimes it takes that ability to anticipate, right? If you're really good at understanding all the indexes, right? Sometimes there's an arbitrage opportunity because one hasn't sold off yet. And when everything is selling off, right, it might be in your best interest not to chase the one that's selling off already, but go after the one that's about to sell off, because the one that's selling off already, you're buying at the very high. Meaning, since the puts are already increasing, you're essentially buying the puts at the most expensive price. Okay, so you have to it requires technique for you to be able to arbitrage the opportunities when you do get synchronized selling and synchronized buying. It's almost like a glitch, right? So that is definitely a skill set. So very true. When I listen to you, Spy, helps with IWM. So this week, IWM has been a little tricky for me. I think I took 2 trades IWM, both stop outs. All right. But I'll be back next week, IW. Don't think I forgot. But IWM does move nicely. It moves very smoothly. Contracts are more friendly. When it goes, it goes. And when it wants to play games, it can play games. Let me take off this NC. We're below VWAP. So if you're done for the day, put done in the chat, guys, and be done for the day. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your weekend. Of course, take some time over the weekend to assess your overall performance. Not just from a numerical standpoint, but from a psychological standpoint. Do some introspection. Look for areas where you can improve. Make those adjustments and continue to do the things you're doing already. The adjustment period is for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're green. Doesn't matter if you're yellow. We all have to do the same thing. Okay? So no one is above adjustments. If you think you're above adjustments, okay, you will learn the hard way. All right? Maybe it's just the euphoria talking, because there are some traders who are doing a tremendous job, right? So that is as dangerous as anything else as well. So it's very important that you do the same thing, keep the things the same. It's tempting to change things up. Okay, look at that retrace reject off that TP1. All right. For me, it's cleaning up the entries. Okay, clean up the entries, being a little more patient. There's always something to improve. I can say, hey, you know what? You can point at the fills. You can point at the. No, there's no pointing fingers. It's just looking inside. Everything is up to everything comes down to the individual and the individual trader. Okay, anyone else, guys? Make sure to smash the like button. Let's get 100 plus likes during the first hour. So Shockwave 15. I can play like a fiddle. 100%. If I can TP 20% for the next 12 days, I will regain my massive loss from yesterday. 100%. Take it by stride, little by little, right? I know it might be tempting to get it all back in one shot, but again, think of it from the market's perspective. If you were the market and you had the upper hand on a trader, what would you lure them in to do? You would want them to size up. You want them to try to make the profit, the losses back as quickly as possible. So try to do everything counter to that. Take your time, and eventually time will pass. But the lessons you learn during that time are very, very valuable. Okay, those are the most valuable lessons. All right, today we'll run the stream until 12 o'clock. If you have any questions, let me know, guys. It's been a long, long week, to say the least. We saw a ton of action. Next week, we got some more action. Good morning, Seriously Breezy. Good morning, good morning, good morning. The question for today was this, okay? What's worked best for you this week? All right, what works best for you this week? Is it breakouts, pullbacks, reversals, or nothing working? All right, so far, poll question, we have about 70 votes. Okay, we're leaning towards breakouts. Okay, breakouts, 37% of the chat saying breakouts are working the best. 26% say nothing working, 20% say reversal, and 17% say pullback. So make sure to answer the poll question to get a feel for what's been working best for traders. We have a pretty good number of traders, so we can really get a good landscape how the overall, it's almost like a microcosm of what the overall space is like. All right, another leg lower. Okay, don't be desperate to catch the puts and go the other way, guys. Okay, EMAs are waving to downside. We're below VWAP. The boring setups are going to be the ones that get the job done. Okay, the cool setups, reversals, and divergence, right? Sometimes those setups can have you stepping on your own toes. All right, we are trending to the downside. We're below the PML. We came into the waves. We collided with the waves. We rejected off the waves. We came into this level here. So these levels, okay, these targets are also levels. You can use them as levels because they're pivotal points. These are points based on the calculation that, hey, this is where the exchange of buyers and sellers can take place. Okay, so the bears, remember, both sides have to win. So both the bulls and the bears have to coexist. As much as let's say they're against each other, they have to coexist in the ecosystem. So sometimes the bears, the bulls have to allow the bears to take it there. Let them get paid. The bulls have to say, hey, let them get paid. Okay, the bears said, okay, we're gonna get paid here. So think of it like that. Right? It's a complicated relationship. As much as they don't like each other, they need each other to balance everything. Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. If everything breaking down, more than likely the things we're on the verge of breaking down are breaking down as well. Tesla, shockwave, from the lens of shockwave. So this was that nice little break. Okay, load up. Tesla, I already hit TP. Okay, Tesla, I said go short at this 372.86 at 9:52 a.m. Eastern. Boom. Okay, the early entry is probably that structural break here. Okay, structural break. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Those contracts, don't even want to look at the contracts. I got them for 118. Okay, they are now 250. Okay, 250. So they're over 100%. Okay, over 100%. So next week I'm going to do everything in my power to get the release, early release. So be on the lookout. This is coming out. 1 week early bird offer. It's an entire system. Okay. I'm just taking care of a couple of things at the back end. As far as the indicator itself is complete. Okay, so I've been working on this on the back end for a long time. All right. What inspired it was the shockwave. The shockwave. What inspired it was our team. Okay. Saying, hey, can you do a series on how to properly trade the orb? Okay, and then we walked through that for about 10 weeks. And then that was the seed. That was a seed that eventually turned into this. Okay, now this is the tree. So it's not something that just, hey, you know what? Let me just package it up, and within 24 hours, 1 week, it's put together. Okay, that's not the case. All right, if I'm bringing something in front of you, I put a lot of time, effort, and it's something valuable, and it's a tool. Okay, and it's a tool. And for the ones who take advantage, they know. All right, they know. Okay, on topic now. First time on this channel. Checking you guys out. Absolutely. If it's the first time, let us know where you're joining from. Okay, let us know where you're joining from if you took any trades. We go live every single day at 9:30 a.m. It is Free Trade Friday, guys. The Discord, the link to the game plan, the link to the pre-market prep is available. James, 8% is 8%, my man. So sometimes it kind of leaves us, but 8% is still respectable. Okay, so good. Beautiful job, Marshall. You've been on an absolute tear. Pretty much everything is recorded. I'll do a better job of posting everything. Okay. Because by the time the recording is rendered, it sends it to me at like 9-10 p.m. So I have to take that recording, download that recording, and then post it on a YouTube private. So I'll probably start doing that. But I do have all the recordings, or I'll just share the link to the recording. All right. For those of you who tune into pre-market, okay, the blueprint was there. There was something we said. Okay. So it's not just, hey, you know what? Let's just slam the puts off the open. There's a plan. The plan was separation away from this territory. What can we clearly see? We see a leg lower. We see accumulation. What are we looking to break? The follow through from the accumulation. My first attempt, okay, stopped out. That was my first attempt. So it doesn't mean I just, hey, pack my bags and go. No, if it gets validated again, I'll take it again. Okay. All right. If you have the proper risk reward, if you take it again, you'll make back what you lost and a little bit. But if you have the patience to wait a little bit, then you're not crawling out of that initial stop out. All right, so again, we talked about this. We talked about the three things that need to take place for this breakdown to take place. Write it into PML. We start to expand. And now we are headed towards, if we stay below PML, headed towards the weekly expected downside move. That is 650.21. Do you believe it, guys? We're getting close to 650. We're in the 50s. Maybe 9 weeks ago, we were in the 90s. Okay? Wasn't too long ago. Okay, that was not too long ago. The most significant highs for us to see a reversal via checklist rather than just an impulsive grab is these highs here. Okay, for us to see a market structure shift, it's going to be pertaining to these highs. So far, these are the major highs. You can have market structure shifts within the structure itself. So you can have a market structure shift within the market structure itself. Okay, so it's almost like a shift within shift within shift. So you can play the micro into the macro, but this is the major one here. These highs up here at 653.82. Yeah, the pre-market, everything is laid out. All right, I literally explained to you everything. If you can't, please share the link. Okay, yep. I'll start maybe sharing the link initially. All right, so that's a great idea, Calvin. Calvin, I believe you're on the team, right? You're on the team already. Yes, it was off the indication. Took SPX. Okay, beautiful. Calvin, SPX. Are you still babysitting that, or you already took your money and ran? All right. It's the best thing to do. Take the money and run. SPX right there. So SPX. All this needs is momentum. Momentum. If there's momentum, it gets the job done. When does it have a hard time? When there's chop. It still will. You can increase your filters when it's choppy. Okay, reduce your filters when there's momentum. But yesterday, despite the chop, it did give us three ideas. All three ideas at least went to 1 TP. Okay, and it takes the guesswork out. All right, we're 10 minutes away from conclusion of first shift. 10 minutes away. %, beautiful job. Clean TP. SPX too, guys. SPX is nice. That 20% SPX. That's a big move. $650 on deck, possibly retired Fido. If this thing continues to trend lower, unless we get some sort of a reversal, all right, the quarterly downside breaker, okay, the selling is getting aggressive, is 650.85. 650.85. When in doubt, zoom out. Let's go to the quarterly real quick. Look at that. Palantir falling off. Let's go to the quarterly real quick. Okay, that means the selling we're seeing now. Look at that. You know what the vicious thing was, guys? That nice pump we saw yesterday was a trap. Okay? Nice pump we saw yesterday was a trap. And then the reversal of that 200 was basically get above that daily upside breaker. All right? So now we're at this major support, which is that quarterly downside breaker. Okay, let's do one thing here. Now, we are headed towards the 20 EMA on the weekly. Last time we got that 20 EMA on the weekly was when? Okay, here. We broke below it. Again, same time last year. This was March 10th. Monday, March 10th. Okay, same time last year. We know the reason. All right, we were selling off already. And, of course, Liberation Day, madness, we get out of it within a week and some change. Or a couple, or 3 to 5 weeks, we're basically back at all-time highs. Okay, that was the last time we tested it. We got below it. We fell all the way to the 100 EMA on the weekly, not the daily, the weekly. We reclaim it and continue to push. Now we're seeing something very similar. Last time we spent about 1 day, okay, less than a day, I would say. Intraday, we were in a bear market. We got below that 20% threshold. So for us to see something equal or equivalent to what we saw last year this time with the tariff fiasco, okay, that would mean we need to drop all the way to 558.79. Okay. And I don't foresee that taking place in the near future. Can it happen gradually? I mean, can I be wrong? Absolutely. But I do see, even if we continue to sell off some lower lows, potentially leading to some lower low bounces off of this, maybe potential higher lows. Okay, so just some natural bounces off of these levels and a gradual push lower, and maybe followed by some gap downs. All right, and then if one of these, if SPY finds a home on one of these levels, we finally get that relief bounce. So for us to reverse this move on the weekly, it's going to take at least 2 weeks from a weekly standpoint, because we need 2 weekly candles to weekly candle combinations. One is the initial sign of the reversal. The next is the trigger of the reversal. So far from the weekly lens, okay, don't get this mixed up with the intraday opportunities. From the weekly lens, there are sellers. Okay, there's selling pressure. Doesn't mean we'll only take the puts intraday. No, intraday is a different universe. Okay, it's almost like looking at the Milky Way, okay, and then looking at each individual planet. So the bigger time frames are like the Milky Way, all right, and then we have each individual planet. And then for us, we are on Earth, basically on Earth, the lowest time frame. So bigger picture, we know what's going on, but it does impact us to know where we are generally in relation to everything else. But we can take advantage of both sides intraday. Bigger picture, we're moving lower. I cannot deny that. No one can deny that if you pay attention to the price action. Okay, so the last line in the sand. So the weekly is bearish. Okay, the weekly is bearish. Looks like we're speeding up here. Okay, the weekly is bearish. We can all agree. Okay, we're below 7%, 5% pullback. We're maybe headed towards that 5.56, close to 7% on the weekly. On the monthly hit the target. So the monthly triggered based on the February's candle. February, we break those lows, we trigger, and now we're below the 9 EMA on the monthly. Okay, we don't come to that level very often. Okay, very, very often we come to that level. The Liberation Day, we broke below the 20 on the monthly, not the daily, not the weekly. Massive wick reversal. So when I'm talking about it takes us at least 2 to see weekly reversal. It takes us 2 weeks. To see a monthly reversal, it takes us 2 weeks. What are some of the possible ways? Okay, the prior candle on the month or the week. This applies to the higher time frames. Strong selling candle. Either, okay, there's 3 ways actually. Stay inside. All right, stay within that range. We take out that high. Okay, so we go sell off, consolidation, expansion. That's one way. Another way, of course, is sell off. Okay, continued sell off, and buyers start buying at the dip, and then that sets us up for next week. Okay, the buying continues off of those highs, 2 down, 2 up. That's the second way. The third way, okay, the most aggressive way is, of course, this is the 1 week reversal. Those are the 2. These are the 1. The 1 week reversal is we break below these lows, but there's so much buyers coming off those lows. This turns into a complete expansion engulfing candle. Okay, so the two primary ways, and of course the one way, which is that 1 week reversal. Here we saw the 2 weeks. 1, 2, other way. 2 months, I should say. So at least it's going to take us 2 months, barring some sort of engulfing candle on the monthly. Okay, so the selling is there. It doesn't mean we can't look for setups intraday to the upside or the downside. Okay, so now if I'm looking to play, so just pay close attention to this, guys. There's something called time frame continuity. If I can clearly see we're selling off on the monthly is directional. Okay, what I have to look for if I'm looking to play 4-day cons is I want to see a bounce on the daily. Okay, so pay attention. I want to see a bounce on the daily. I want the weekly to be bearish. I want the monthly to be bearish. I want to see a bounce on the daily. Okay, and then off that bounce, I want to see us push back lower. So you want to see strength. You're going to see strength on the lowest time frame from that lens if we're looking at the daily, the monthly, and the daily, the weekly, and the monthly, right? And then you want that strength to be faded back into the original direction. So you're playing it back into continuity. Continuity means all those time frames are in agreement. Okay? So very important. So now on the monthly, we can see we're about to hit target. On the quarterly, the one that we're getting very close to right now as we speak, 3 months. Look where we are, guys. Okay, the sell-off is starting to get aggressive. This quarterly, if we take out this quarterly low, okay, if we take out this quarterly low in the next 11 days, okay, if we take out this quarterly low in the next 11 days, okay, which I'll give you the exact level, is 650.85. If we take out, so who thinks we're going to take this level out in the next 11 days? Okay, if we take this level out on the next 11 days, guess what, guys? This quarterly candle, which is composed of 3 months, January, February, March, turns into a bearish engulfing candle. Okay, so now the sell-off is affecting all the time frames. Okay, so now there's sellers on the highest time frames. Okay, so the biggest players, okay, the biggest players get involved on the higher time frames. Okay, so now the institutional selling, the repositioning, major funds, pension funds, okay, hedge funds, the repositioning is taking place. Okay, so now if this goes engulfing, when was the last time we went engulfing? Okay, here, January. What happened the very next month? The very next quarter? It took us 3 months. We reversed the whole thing. Okay, so how often do we go engulfing on the quarterly? Last time that took place was, if we do get that, is January 2022. Before that, it was January 2020. And the next month, how do we get out of there? Remember, it takes us at least 2. Okay? The law of 2. If we have an aggressive push lower, we need 2 to counter for the reversal to set up. So COVID takes place, engulfing here. We go inside, we break those highs, continue to push. Prior to that, the only time we got that engulfer was, okay, here, April 2010. Okay, April 2006, we broke those lows, we trapped those lows, continue to push higher. So this is a very rare occurrence. So the last time we got this was, of course, 2020. We got that last year this time. We got that, but look what happened the very next quarter. We got it in 2022, and we got it during COVID. All right, so I'm not trying to say that we're going to get the same kind of action taking place. I'm just trying to give you that situational awareness, all right, and equip you with the information to know that that's what's taking place. What you do with the information, that's up to you. All right, so now what does that translate to on the yearly? Okay, yearly, we're still, from a directional standpoint, we're bullish. The reason why I say that is because, okay, even though that candle is lower than its open, is because we directionally took out those highs. The yearly is still leaning towards being bullish. Okay, one thing, as long as we stay above 50% retrace. If we get below 50% retrace of this candle, okay, then there can be some level of concern on the yearly as well. All right, so what is that exact level? I'll give you that exact level. Okay, let me scroll. So I should have it somewhere. Okay, I'll be surprised if I don't have it. Okay, if I don't have it, we'll get it together. All right, I'll give you roughly what the 50% retrace is on the yearly candle. Okay, so if that selling continues, we are seeing some selling here after making that all-time high. But we're still directional on the yearly, but just failing to hold enforcement. Okay, for this thing can start to pick up roughly. Okay, and we get back below the 587.32 territory. All right, roughly in that area. If it leads into this area, we get below there, okay, then that means more than likely we're going to target those lows, and we can potentially go 3 down on the year. Okay, that's still a little early to say. Okay, nice little bounce going back to PML. Last time we got that was when? 2022. Before that, engulfing candles on the yearly are rare. We never had that before. Okay, we never had that before in SPY's history since 93. Despite everything we've seen from 93 to 26. Okay, 93 to 2026. All right, maybe some of you weren't born in 93. All right, that's how long it's been. So again, it's very, very low chance of that taking place. But if that does take place, we get below 50% retrace on the weekly, more than likely. All right, what does that translate to? Let's actually take that level, that rough level, okay? What does that translate to? Okay, let's take it to our percentages. What does that translate to? Okay, what does that mean on the weekly? Okay, that means 15%, around a 50% correction. Okay, so that means, all right, so let's make it tangible. That means if this selling continues, okay, we're still in a bigger picture bull cycle on the yearly, on the highest time frame. Lower time frames on the weekly, we're selling off, we're starting to pull, but still we're just making, okay, a higher low. That makes sense. Bigger picture, if you think of this as an uptrend. Once these lows, if these lows get taken out, we go beyond 15%, okay, that's when things can start to really start rapidly speeding up. All right, that's when I would say, hey, you know what? Okay, bear market possibility is here. Okay, that's assuming no one steps up here. That's assuming there's no one steps off the support. There's a wonderful support, 2025 highs and 100 EMA. That's assuming that 50% pullback, no one buys up. Okay, so this would be the area to pay attention to most, bigger picture thinking. Okay, it doesn't mean much to us on the daily. Doesn't mean much to us intraday. But if you're just zooming out for a little bit to get your broad market understanding, broader market understanding, 658.17, 695.02 territory. All right, so far we're still very close to that. We're about to test this 20 on the weekly, and of course we're about to test this 5% pullback. The reason why I say that higher time frame, we're still in a bull cycle, all right, is because of this. You can clearly see if you just connect these lows. All right, here you go. Is it a coincidence that this trend line support closely coincides with this area? Okay, and now look how things line up on their own. Without us forcing anything, the technicals always line up. That's how you know you have good technicals. Without you forcing anything, when multiple measures say the same thing generally. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, so I want you to keep that in mind. Moving forward. All right, now back to SPY. We are in second shift. We're starting to see a nice little relief bounce. We did get that nice rejection. VIX is headed back towards 26. See if we can take out those highs for that shift. We do have that PML right there, somewhat of a rounded bottom. Okay, I'm gonna join your full Discord Monday. Absolutely, guys. The spots, I keep opening up spots. It keeps filling up. All right, so again, this is our last month before the price increase. The amount of value you get is unparalleled. Live trading, access to all the resources. Everything's pinned to the chat. It's an absolute steal, no brainer if you're looking to level up your trading. We do have view up coming up. Let me get caught up in the chat. Sometimes what I do is instead of doing options, I do shares trading. And that's why I'm toning my skills to see how bad I can screw and improve. That's why I don't beat up so bad. Houston, it's amazing to be here. Was it the teaser? Options traders, option trader here, traded SPY puts, hit 4%, waited for the pullback up. Okay, a nice rejection off that PML. Let's get caught up. To make your trading view charts grayish and have contrast, choose settings, canvas background. It would make your chart clearer. Okay, I like the charts like this. All right, so you'll get used to it over time. Sometimes, from time to time, I mix it up. Sometimes I go white. Right, depends. Maybe every quarter or so. SPY calls today. It is pulling back every time you pull back. I went for puts, worked out every time since major loss. Oracle moving up. Let's take a look. We'll take a look at that. Oracle, major loss from extra zero that burned me 100 contracts instead of 10. Okay, so that was a big lesson you learned. Seriously breezy, and I'm glad that you're slowly bouncing back. Then your SPY chart was super delayed. So there is a delay on YouTube. Delay on YouTube about 30 to 45 seconds, can vary. All right, so the Google Meet stream for our team members, for our members, there's no delay there. All right, there's no delay. It's real time, and we have. If I do go over to some charts to make some explanations or open up different graphics, all right, I have another chart on the left side that we're always watching, the 4 major indexes. Okay, so from time to time I do go somewhere else. All right, but I do have these charts just so we keep an eye, or you can keep an eye on SPY as well, so you're not left in the dark for our members. How much is it with the trial code? 20%. It is $40 a month. $40 a month. So make sure to secure your access. How are we doing, strikers? Let me get caught up. We got Detours levels. Let's take a look at Detours post. A nice retrace off EMAs is a downtrend. EMAs, retracement into EMAs is the best way to go. Keeping it simple. One of our traders posted a nice. Okay. So we have a lot of puts down here, a lot of put volume there. I assume that's the current price. Got that breakdown. Follow the EMAs, guys. In a trend, there's nothing better than EMAs. All right, you don't have to overcomplicate it. Have a great weekend. Absolutely, you too, Tujin. I need a dump, Firefly, man. Chuck Norris. Oh, did he? Rest in peace. Yeah, today's a sad day. Okay. This is bullish move. Okay, so what I don't want to see in this case, detour, is that gravitation back towards the center point. All right, so now that we do have some data from first shift, now the way we interact with the highs and lows will tell us if it's going to be a mean reversion or a continued expansion. That's why waiting that first hour is always critical. Selling 0 DTEs at 65. We get there. Riding 3 DTEs back to high day for retesting. I like that thinking, Sancho. Short-term bearish. Bigger picture bullish. Very, very smart. I need to stop holding for too long. I'm going to say something that I sound real mean, but it's something that you need to learn. Stop buy. Contract with terrible deltas. Don't buy calls at the top. And do puts at the bottom. Very, very true. Right. When you buy it right at the bottom of the top, then it's you have to get that continued move right away. There's very little room for error. QQQ put 20% turbo. Yeah, we're all a team, guys. We are all a team, so we're all here to help one another. Tremendous job, guys. Tremendous. Okay, is he speaking? We'll pull it up. Thank you for the update. Okay, so I'll drop the link on YouTube as well. If you're looking to join, guys, it's here. smartactiontrain.com. Okay, smartactiontrain.com. Once you go there, it's a great resource as well. You can do some charting there. You got your economic calendar. You got some news. All right, SMCI drops 12%. Secret China shipment sparks arrest. SMCI is always involved in some sketchy stuff. All right, heat map, and of course, what's moving, my watch list. All right, so what I look at is a terrific 12. The Mag 7. All right, we got a terrific 12. This is the terrific 12, the 12 most important names from my perspective. All right, so we have terrific 12, nice watch list there, and all the sectors. So the only sector at this point that's green, this is real time, is energy. Everything else is red. So the question becomes, do the bulls, are they confident enough to buy this thing back up? All right? If they are, what time will they start buying this back up? Or is this not discounted enough for them to make some major moves? All right, once you go to the site, go to the community tab, that's available. That is available once you go there. Okay, let me pull up what the president has to say. we'll have that as well. Beautiful job, Marsha. I do see your comments. You're breaking some tremendous progress. Great week. Had 1 red day, 4 green. Still learning, absolutely. All right, your ability to get used to being red and bouncing back is very, very important. All right. Right, the response is very, very important. So tremendous job. No, if you're in the group, the price will never increase. All right, so the people who trusted the program from the very beginning, all right, their price will never increase. We're still in our infancy. All right, we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to continue to show up, provide as much value as possible, lead with education. Okay, so the ones who commit early will always get rewarded. All right, so I know you're just grandfathered in. All right, so the ones who joined, all right, when we were smaller than we were, significantly smaller than we were last time, all right, they probably pay 50% less than what the price is now. All right, so we do these gradual increases over time. Okay. Calls out support, puts out resistance. 100%. The only time you go the other way is if you think there's going to be an expansion move. If there's some expansion. Really interested to see how we interact with these lows down here. Between this territory, really interested to see near that quarterly trigger. We just talked about the importance, significance of that quarterly trigger. Okay, we talked about the significance, the importance. We did a deep dive breakdown. All right, you might have to go back and rewind. Deep dive breakdown. How to do that top-down analysis. And what it means to us from an intraday perspective. Because it can get confusing in the beginning, right? You have all these time frames to pay attention to. Which one do you pick? All of them matter. Okay, every time frame matters, but one thing is true: the price is the same on all time frames. So now, what you need to do is filter out which is the one that is most important to you. What is your time horizon? If I'm scalping, I can't be scalping on the yearly. Okay, I'm barely going to see the moves on the yearly. All right, if I'm looking to make investment decisions, 10, 20, 30-year time horizon, all right, I'm using the yearly as a gauge. And maybe I'm using the monthly, okay, to see if there's any pullbacks on the monthly to make entries. All right? That's the same way the biggest institutions play. So you have to be fixated on whichever time you have to base the time frame on what your time horizon is. What is the objective? Are you looking to enter a position for less than 10 minutes? Okay. If you're like a hyper scalper, you're less than 5 minutes, hyper scalper. Or are you looking to enter the position for multiple days? Okay, multiple days, you're probably using the 4 hour, 1 hour, have an idea of the daily, have an idea of the weekly, the bigger picture time frame, but maybe you're looking for that entry into 15. All right, so you have to line up time frame with time horizon. Okay. The most important highs for us is these highs up here to get that shift. No surprise, that coincides with the VWAP right there as well. So again, now this turns into a very interesting area. So we have these highs and we have that VWAP coming into it. What is it? Resistance. Until proven otherwise. Is crude going? Crude is waking up. If we take a look at crude, okay, let's take a look at crude real quick. Okay, where is crude? Okay, crude broke out. Okay. Of course, let's go to crude on the yearly. All right, let's get a bigger picture of crude on the yearly. So when were the times that we spiked? We know when crude went negative. Who remembers when crude went negative? All right, that was something. Crude literally went negative during COVID. Okay. And then now, the highest crude has ever been is under 150, 147. That was 2008. Right behind that, it was 2022. Where? 129, just shy of 130. Okay, so if crude continued, what was the highest we got recently? Okay, and this recent push was right here. This is recent. This is fresh. Okay, within this year, at 119, 120 territory. Okay, the reason why the 100 is so important is because that's going to be a critical level we pay attention to. As long as this Iran situation, okay, that situation is above the market's head, the most important level on crude is 100. That's the line. If we start to get above 100, we start to get a little fearful. We start to get to 100, 110, 115, back up, and then now there's a lot of fear. Because now that 120 is there, that initial high. And now if you do this, just from a technical standpoint, how does that look, guys? Just technically, from a technical standpoint, we're all technicians. If this chart was not crude, say this chart was Bitcoin, you can say, hey, you know what? Resistance. I'm going to pay attention to that 100. Okay. Preliminary, pay attention to that 100. Preliminarily, pay attention to it. And then if it gets into 120, things can get very interesting. And that can make the case for us to take that slide on the indexes. What is going to help us get above 100, get above that area? Escalation. Remember the two key words we said early. Two key words at the very beginning that we said, guys, was, okay, the two key words we don't want to hear is pay attention to those two key words. Boots on the ground and a major U.S. asset hit. Those are the things that can spike crude up. And that's the thing that can really help the drop the bottom off from the market. Okay, the bottom just gets taken out and really starts to break. Those two key words, all right, we said it early and we're starting to see some commentators, some people start to throw those two key words out. Okay, they're kind of flirting with that troops on the ground keyword. All right, so once that is a key word, you have to pay attention to, because that is going to be the escalation point. So now it goes from this back and forth. Now things take another layer. And then now, if that does take place, what does that domino trigger? Do other people get involved? Okay, so that's what the market is having a hard time going higher. That uncertainty starts to creep in. Okay, so that 100 psychological level would be the most important level on crude. If there's one level you're going to have marked out and have an alert on, is that 100. That's our gauge. It's almost like when we're in that bull cycle on the daily, just that shorter time frame bull cycle, right? A while back in 25, okay, and even in 24, okay. That 100 psychological level on Bitcoin was gold, 100,000. That was the sentiment gauge. So the market finds different things as sentiment gauge. That's why you have to always be involved. All right? That 100 psychological level on Bitcoin was the way to gauge sentiment if we're on a risk on or risk off type of environment. Okay, and that gauge is now long gone. We broke below 100K. We can't really gauge it off Bitcoin. We have to find new relative levels to gauge it. So now that new gauge for sentiment is at 100 psychological level on crude. Okay, the 100 psychological level on crude. Okay. Welcome. USMC Waters Rescue. All right, so I want to see what does take place in this territory. Weekly expected move, let me just bring this to our chart, is right here. So my weekly expected move to the downside was here. I always give that range on the weekly. We're almost there. Okay. And now this price is starting to slow down. So if we can get a sweep of those lows, VIX breaks below 26, that'd be great. Are we at 100 likes, team? Let's see if we're at 100 likes. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Subscribe. Let's see if we can get to 4,050. All right, with your support, we're able to crack 4,000. Next psychological level for our channel is 5K. Okay. 5K, it's all about psychological levels. 5K is the next resistance. All right, I want to see how we interact with that sweep. I'll try to be patient here to see if we get that nice clear sweep. Usually buy options that expire same day. Within the 2 days, I avoid below a 40-cent delta. If I'm in call going long, I think the market can pull back. I'll buy a put at hedge. Okay, so to balance it out, when the pullback reaches my level, I sell the put. Nice hedging. After I reassess if the uptrend is still intact. I may add a call. If not, I cut the position and wait to see what market does next. The key is learning proper money management. That's where consistency comes from. Don't overcomplicate things. No one truly knows where the market is going. That's why risk and money management matters 100%. All right. 100%. I couldn't have said it better myself, Detour. I 100% agree. Use paper trading to get used to the... Yeah, so again, if you have not traded before, you're not familiar with execution, start with paper trading. Again, start with paper trading to get your execution down. You don't want to stay in paper trading world. All right, you don't want to be the number one paper trader because you actually want to get live at some point in time. But first, if you're not familiar with the platform, look at that grab. Look at that grab, guys. Oh, man. Okay, so you see that grab, it comes into those lows, grabs it. Okay, so start with paper trading to get familiar with the execution. Because when it's live, and it's a live market, and it's live action, it's live capital, you don't want to know, you don't want to get caught up and not know what to do. How to close out, take profit, scale out. Maybe you didn't get filled, and now you can't find how to cancel the order and try to get filled. So those things, you have to be a very, very proficient because things happen. All right, so that's a great, great tool to utilize. UCO, let's take a look at UCO, the actual UCO. Okay, out of here. UCO said, so the reason why UCO didn't give that filter or that entry is not enough volume. But it did break, right? Did break and continues to push. But it still gives you the market sentiment, moderate confidence. Okay. So it needs some volume. You guys see SPY right there? You see that grab? First shift grab. Those are great, great scalps. So now, since we grabbed those lows, do we have enough fuel to get us? I think I got too many things opened up. Okay. Grab those lows. Where does this propel us now? All right. So the most significant highs now is here. Okay. For us to get that structural shift, these are the highs. Okay. What awaits us at those highs? Mr. VWAP. Okay, that was a beautiful, beautiful grab. Okay, SAT first shift low grab. The market didn't take its meds today. I don't think it's been taking his meds all month or maybe even all year. Okay. Yeah, the link to join, guys, is up above. It's pinned to the top. Okay, gotcha. You're in. UCS. This Sunday we'll be doing our. This Sunday we will be doing our stocks after dark. Okay, stocks after dark, 7:30 p.m. We'll go over everything. All right, so I'll try to we'll try to make that as consistent as possible. Of course, I know everyone is busy on the weekend, so I'll also carve out the time for about an hour or so to go over everything, to recap everything. Since we're live trading, we don't have time to recap things. We can only recap things whenever the questions come up, or we just do our daily recap in the morning. But that gives us some time to just dedicate to taking a look at what took place, where we are, okay, and preparing for the upcoming week. We'll go over our watch list. We'll go over our terrific 12, any tickers you may have, any questions you may have. This is your time as a community member to ask questions, even if the questions are not pertaining to the charts themselves. If it's about the community, if it's about how to maneuver, where can I find this resource, right? So this is a great time to recap the things, go over the ideas, prep for next week, get some Q&A in there as well as a community. So make sure to tune in 7:30 p.m. Sunday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, okay? That will be YouTube members, okay? Both Refill My Coffee and SAT VIP. That recording will be posted on YouTube, so be on the lookout for that. So I'll look to put that into the rotation, all right? I'll look to put that in the rotation so we can all take advantage of that. All right, so we've been taking these grabs past few days. That's what the lottos have been based off of. But that was nice. Anyone can take that grab? I do this on Sundays. Take a look. Here's a step-by-step guide on how to chart the most basic by example. I'm gonna put this detour. You mind if I put this in this here? So if you guys have anything to share, guys, you want to share PDFs, by all means, we can put it. I have a section here. Okay, not tools. I have a tab for resources in the educational section. I'll maybe create another channel for tools, shared tools and resources. Okay. Shared tools and resources. I'll put it somewhere in there. All right. But definitely check that out, guys. He shared that with us. Is it the same one you shared last time? The same calculation? Expected range. That's a great way using options volume. So step by step, he breaks it down. All right. So step by step, he breaks it down. So definitely take a look at that. Okay, appreciate it, brother. All right, so do we have enough fuel? We grabbed all those. All that liquidity down there. Do we have enough fuel? Like, it doesn't matter how much we grab. The question is, do we have enough fuel to get back above these highs of shift structure? All right, and get it back above VWAP. If we can't do that, then more than likely we're going to be range bound. Range bound meaning we're going to be between VWAP and that quarterly downside breaker. Chop, chop, chop. And just imagine, team, just imagine if you think you lost. Again, keep in mind, institutions never lose. That's one thing you have to understand. Institutions never lose, but we'll just take this into consideration. We'll just take this for face value. Say they're not looking to exercise contracts. Say this is just naked, and say this is just calls off the bat. These calls, okay, you can look them up yourself from the very open. There was $830 million of premium on the 550, 500, 390, 470 SPY calls. So all these calls at face value, right? Again, we don't know the full extent of the strategy. It could be multi-legged. It could be fancy. It could be, we don't know. They could look to exercise it. But at face value, all right, these calls completely slaughtered. Okay? And that's the most amount of volume I've seen since we began our stream. Okay, most amount of premium on the line. It could be close to getting close to $1 trillion. Okay, I wouldn't say $1 trillion, maybe close to 10 billion, $5 to $10 billion. Okay. So the biggest of the biggest players play this game. So you get to play that game as well, right, on your scale. So this is not a, you know what, this is just it's a scam. It's, hey, you know what, the stock market is XYZ. If so, why is there that much just in the options side of things? Okay, the options is a derivative of the entire market. That's its own market. We're not talking about the futures market. We're not talking about the equity market. Just the option side. Look how much money is flowing in. Okay, you want to play the game. Okay, the biggest of the biggest of the biggest are playing. Okay, President is speaking, guys. I'm a little late to that. Let's take a listen. I don't know how long he's been speaking for. We'll take a listen.
Up to 3, he said, President Donald J. Trump by far. If he didn't eat junk food, he'd live to 200 years old. He said.
Here we go.
I love this guy, and he then left and he ran. He was an admiral, and he then left, and he was a White House doctor, a very respected one. He saved a lot of lives. He was a great doctor. People don't realize that. And he then left, and he said, sir, I'd like to run for Congress. I said, you've never done it before. You won't be able to pull it off. In a very, very all-Trump district, there were 28 people running. Man was retiring. He's been there for years. And I said, Ron, I don't know. It's going to be tough, but we'll try it, right? And we got him in. He blew him away. There was one man that was favored. He was a rhino. He was favored to win easily, and we wiped him out, right, Ron? And he's been a congressman. He's one of the most popular people in Congress. But I don't care about that. I just care that he was my doctor, and he said I'm the healthiest human being he's ever. Ronnie, am I healthier than these guys back here? Yes, sir. Okay. All right. See, this is why I like him. Also with Ronnie is Derek Van Orden, a fantastic guy, and members of the Naval Academy's Board of Visitors. Sean Spicer has gone on to great things, and Walt Nuda. Walt, where's Walt? Walt's become a very famous guy. He works with me, and he does a great job. Great, loyal, incredible person. And Sean Spicer, where's Sean? Where's Sean? Great job, and he's got a very successful television career going. What the hell do I get out of it? Well, you know what? I get nice statements. That's what I get out of it, right? 100%. It's great. You've done great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Those are really the people that are very much in charge of making everything work at the Academy. And the other academies, separate groups. They're a very important position.
Chop, 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 guys. We're just chopping around. Chop, chop, chop. You can be done for the day. Probably just take a couple, one or two lottos. If not, we'll just wrap it up soon. It is Friday. The weather's looking nice. Hopefully, you're seeing some nice weather where you are. If you're done for the day, let us know. We'll do the poll shortly. And enjoy your weekend if you're signing off. Okay, so we'll continue to listen here. See if we can get outside of this range here. Can we finally break out of this range, or do we continue to ping pong around this territory? Okay, that's the $1 million question. So we'll pay attention to that and continue to listen.
I thought you had sort of restrictions on size, you know? We got rid of that because some of these guys were extremely large. And we have the NFL teams here also. When whoever wins the Super Bowl, they come. The baseball teams, we have the Dodgers, we have them all. But I saw the size of these guys, so I got used to it. And I said, these guys are as big as the NFL. And at one of the visits a while ago, first term, they asked me, they said, sir, we have a hard time recruiting because a player, if he's really good, he can't do the 4 or 5 years in the military service. Could you would like to do a military academy deferment policy? I immediately knew what he meant. and we got it done. And it allows you to defer your service until after your career. So if you're going to the NFL for 10 years, so now everyone wants to join. So do I get credit for this successful team then? Huh? The superintendent's going to say yes. I don't know about the coach. I don't know about Kelly. But the coach, I think, it made your life a little bit easier. It was tough. It was tough for the teams when they used to have to play guys that were twice their size, right? So they did good. They had better heart. They have the best heart in the business, but size does matter. And so what we did is we got that so you have a deferment, so a lot of people are able to join now, and they do their service later. They're great patriots, but that would be a lot to ask. And I think it's helped your teams really compete at the highest level. The team was led by your incredible senior class, and that includes the co-captain and star quarterback, Blake Horvath, who is fantastic. Where are you, Blake? Wait a minute, you're a player. I was at that game. He's a player. Yeah, but good everything. You can run it, you can throw it. What do you think? NFL material? Yeah, sure. Thank you. Stay up here if you want. Look at this guy. He walks up. Most of them just stay there. Just, they don't want to. Very good. Look at him. I can't get rid of him. I can't stay there if you want. Come on, stay there. He's a quarterback. What the hell? But he ends his college career as one of the most accurate Navy quarterbacks of all time, with an astounding almost 60% completion rate, second only to the man we just spoke about, Roger Staubach, who was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. He served 5 years, and then he came in, and came in at like 27 or something, and he was phenomenal as an NFL player. Likewise, senior wide receiver Eli Haydenreich scorched opposing defenses all year long. They've been writing about him, a lot of stories, setting a school record for receiving touchdowns. And you do need a quarterback for that. Where's Eli? Where's Eli? Come here, Eli. Get over here. Look at the size of this guy. They're all saying he's got NFL. Pretty good. I see by the size of those hands you have no trouble catching that ball. Come here. Great. Beautiful. And we're going to bring them down to the Oval Office. Nobody else. We don't have room for none of all these big shots that we have here. None of the senators. None of all these people. We're going to bring them down. We're giving them a special medal, a beautiful medal, a very expensive medal that if I see it on eBay tonight, I'll be extremely upset. All right. So we're going to all march down there later. Congratulations. Thank you very much. That's good. Very nice that you say that. The whole team is pointing at you. Are you looking to go NFL if you can?
Yes, sir. I'm hoping to.
Okay, good. Good. That's great. I'll bet you make it. So we have Eli and setting all the school records for receiving touchdowns, earning a spot at the NFL Combine, and cementing himself as, without a doubt, the greatest wide receiver in Navy history. That is not bad. Did you do the Combine?
Yes, sir.
How did you find it? Were you impressed by the athletes?
I was, yes, sir.
Were you as good as them?
I like the.
Were you better? They're all saying they like you. They're all saying he's better. Good. I can see it. We're going to watch, okay? We're watching all you guys. And let's not forget one of the strongest athletes the Navy has ever seen. Oh, this is the guy I want to meet. Who was named a first-team All-American. You can't do better than that. On 5 different organizations. So 5 groups named a first-team All-American.
Okay, we continue to chop in this territory, guys. As money give back hour, unless you're going further data, playing the bigger picture structure for that break, or treating support as support and resistance as resistance. We did see the nice break back below that 26 on the VIX. On the hourly, we are inside. We did break that 4-hour downside breaker here. We're direction on the 4-hour. Right, if you're looking for that nice pullback, dead cat bounce on the 4-hour, that's going to be up here. Right, that's going to be that healthy pullback, bigger picture on the 4-hour. If you're looking for that, just that nice shallow bounce, shallow retracement, you want to pay attention to our interaction with this territory here. And this closely coincides with the PML. This closely coincides with the VWAP. This closely coincides with a handful of things as well. Get that nice price action reaction in that territory, maybe a leg lower. All right. If we get that reclaim, we need to be below that 26, continuing to push into 25.50, continue to get as close as possible to 25 on the VIX. And of course, we want to see a synchronized reversal on some of the other names. So again, we can see a pivotal move take place off of these lows down here. As far as where we are on the 1, this is what it looks like. So that translates to this on the 1. So we swept these lows. We have not swept these highs yet. And let's see if we have enough fuel to get into those highs and interact with VWAP. Okay. So what are we thinking, folks? Bullish, bearish in this channel? Continue to chop. Everyone check eBay tonight, 100%. 100%. There might be some metals up for grabs. All right, let's continue to listen because we never know what comment can come up next and can move the market. So far, everything is about the football team. So far, the president is coloring inside the lines. All right, but you never know when he decides to go outside. So let's continue to listen.
They have a bigger heart than everybody on the team, right? And the other team, too. 174-pound playmaker who delivered key knockouts and blocks on opponents almost twice his size. Senior Brandon Chapman. Brandon plays selfless, relentless football. I got this from his coach. As he likes to say, quote, here's a quote, "The way I look at it, the fight's not over until I win." That's it, right? Just keep going. And that's really the spirit of the Navy and our great sailors. Where are you, Brandon? They love them. Boy, I tell you, you don't have players like that. You don't win. You just can't win. You need people like Brandon, and they all have that big heart. It's very tough when you get into that elite group. When you beat those schools that are big.
Okay, we're testing VWAP. We're about to test VWAP. We're at PML currently. PML 653.19. Test there. The Q's PML is 587.05. Q's are at the doorsteps of PML, not there yet. The Dow is above PML. IW did reclaim PML 244.75. IW is headed towards that VWAP. So it looks like we're all simultaneously inching closer to VWAP for that initial test. And SPY and the Qs are the ones that are still below the PML. So let's see that if we can hold that PML, if we can reject off of it, where does that send us? That PML is at 653.19. 653.19. We're right at it right there. So far, we are $8 away from that weekly downside breaker, last week's lows. On SPY, we are $3 down on the day, about $4 down on the Qs, about 54 cents down on the Dow from our open, and IWM we're about $2.13 from the open as well. So all four of the indexes are bearish so far from the standpoint of open to where we are. Open to where we are, they're all down. So the one that's the closest to 1% is IW. Granted, it's easier for IW to be down 1% because it's a smaller, the price is lower, right? So keep that in mind. So, okay, initial interaction with that PML. Okay, see if that sends us to roll all the way back to downside. Okay, that 5 minute. See if that inside candle break on the 5 is still inside. Nice rejection off that PML. In this case, we want the VIX to start headed towards 26. Simultaneous rejection. We're seeing the Qs do the same. We're seeing SPY do the same. We're seeing IW do the same. Okay, there we go. That was a nice rejection, actually. That was a nice rejection. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video on YouTube. I don't know how many likes we have so far. So let me go check for the giveaway. Let me go check. Okay, we're a little light on the likes today, so make sure to like, guys. We're at 69. By this time, you're usually at 90 to 110. So do me a favor, smash the like button. And we'll do the giveaway, all right? So can we get some follow through? We are seeing a slowdown in the action, right? The candles seem to be moving slower. I'm gonna look. I've been saying, hey, you know what? There should be another measure, okay, of the candles called velocity. All right, and if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. It's hard to, you can see, even though the candles are moving, you know what the ATR is, you know the ATR and the volume. You can't really get that measure. So I'm finding a way to measure and quantify velocity, meaning how fast or how aggressive the candles are moving. Sometimes it's a mix between volume and ATR, a mix between a couple of things, but you can see, right, the candles are essentially just snail pace lower. They don't have a lot of velocity behind them, right? So it's hard to quantify because it's not a measure yet. So I'll look to find a way to measure it. But when it's like that, it's more than likely they're just burning that premium. Breaking Trump economics and Iran wars have wiped out 500 billion. Is that 500 billion or 500 trillion? So hold on, that is 500 trillion looks 500 billion, right? For the stock market, impossible. Does anyone know the calculation when the market? I forgot what the calculation was. When the market drops X percent, it loses X amount. All right, I had that calculation somewhere. I just forgot what it is. So whenever you read that headline, oh, the market lost $50 billion or $10 trillion, whatever the number is, right? There's a way to get that exact number based on a calculation. MU. Absolutely. Let's take a look at MU. 11:30, we'll jump into some of the names that are under their critical levels. MU, using one of my favorite tools. Okay, using one of my favorite tools, one of my favorite free tools. MU. Look at that. So MU, there was 2 trade opportunities on MU, and that's it. You take the puts there, boom. Take the puts here, hit TP. Okay. Even if you took this one, you're waiting for a scale out. You don't scalp out of it. You still don't get stopped out, and you scale out there, and you eventually hit TP there. So MU is trading below that. MU is actually still inside prior day's range. It's trading below that monthly upside breaker, last month's highs, and is below that PML currently, below PML and that VWAP. So MU's PML and VWAP is right there. That coincides closely with SPY, QQQ, and all those as well. So for MU to rally back the upside, more than likely those big indexes have to get above VWAP, have to get above that PML. Okay, if they start to slide, okay, then MU might take a leg lower. Here, if you are trading MU, just be mindful of the spreads. Contracts are very spready and contracts are very costly. So again, you have to know how that moves. Okay, so pay attention to MU. There, the opportunity already took place on MU. Okay, I did see another comment about VWAP in the chat. Let me address that as well. Okay, VWAP. Great question you brought up. I think we're gonna look at this, guys. Just chop salad. Who was it who had the question? I saw it earlier. If you're still in the chat, I saw a question about VWAP. I want to answer that question. Okay, I can't find. Okay, here's a question. Do winners get Sunday link? No, the winners, they get access to the course. Okay, 6 hour worth of Get Start Day Trading Options course. So the Sunday night is for our team, for us to congregate, go over some things, answer a few Q&As, right, and just get together for about, I try to make it between 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I don't want to take too much of anyone's time. We don't need to spend too much time, right? We're just hitting the main points, answering the main questions, and getting our prep ready for the week. All right, the weekend, I want you to use the weekend to do your reflection, okay, to reduce your charting to 60 minutes. If you can reduce your charting to 60 minutes, the charting you need to do, or you'll get more efficient at doing that, and reduce your reflection to 60 minutes, it only takes you 2 hours. 2 hours is more than enough time. That's even to the upside. Because the longer you do this, now you're trying to become more efficient. Okay, you want to spend less time because you already put the time in the front end. All right, for me to get my pre-market routine down to this precise, right? In the early days, my pre-market routine, I would wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'd wake up 5 o'clock in the morning, literally go a bunch of different names, literally go across the market, almost like I'd write an entire journal, of a pre-market assessment, but I had to do that to get the reps in. All right, but over time, you have to keep what's important, throw away what you don't need. But it's hard for you to know what you need and what you don't need, right, without having the experience doing everything. That's when the pre-market prep comes in. So we keep that pre-market prep. It's less than 20 minutes. But I promise you, in that 20-minute period, all right, in that 20-minute period, we cover a lot of stuff. Okay, look at that. Must have been a comment. Let's take a listen here.
You take over, okay? Thank you very much.
Look at that. He must have said something. Look at that. Just woke up.
This is not an auto pen. Imagine taking it and say, will you please have this on? Somehow, I don't know how they got by that. It didn't work. Let's go.
VIX headed towards 25. Main question is, can it hold above VWAP? Can it hold above this resistance? If not, this can be a possible brutal trap.
We rate them. That's close to a 10, maybe a 10. See, fellas, if you can see it first. Pretty good, right? And what I'll do is I'll give these out.
That was a nasty grab, guys. That was a nasty grab. Just imagine all the longs that got filled there and whoosh, stopped out. All right, so.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for signing that executive order, protecting the sanctity of the Army-Navy game. It's a game with a soul, and it deserves to be protected. Thank you very much. Thank you to you and your staff, your gracious hospitality, and for making today's ceremony possible. Thank you to the distinguished guests and everyone in attendance for being here to recognize this team and this exceptional group of young men. On behalf of our
Let's go, Ansi, 104%. To the downside, to the upside, what a catch. What a catch. 104%. That's a massive candle upside. Beautiful. Great job TPing that quickly. Right? Need to be a sniper to get that extraction. That's an extraction mission within itself. Right? If you don't TP, if you don't extract profits, whoosh, goes to the downside. That was good. Great job. That's execution is everything in that kind of setup.
in our Navy and Marine Corps. These young men understand that wearing the Navy uniform comes with a responsibility greater than football. Each day they strive to live up to the core values of honor, courage, and commitment, and the standards of those who came before them. Leaders of character who have gone on to serve our country with distinction. What they accomplished this season is a direct result of that ethos and mindset. The players here on stage and to my left in the audience are some of the very best our country has to offer. In just a little over 2 months.
Okay, now the question is, did they generate enough liquidity up here to drive us below these lows? Or do they want to play the game once again, grab these lows and get back into the chop zone, get back into the middle of this range? Okay, from a technical standpoint, if we zoom out to the hourly, right, all we did, okay, was come back and retrace, reject this zone right here. So for us to get that structural break, okay, what that translates to in the lower time frames is we need that support to crack for that follow through. All right, so if this support cracking, a legitimate push into that quarterly downside breaker, or is it just they're going to engineer a little more liquidity of that 651.20 and get it back at that zone? If that grab can take place after 11:30, that'd be great. If it takes place before, we'll see what does take place. If we can get that grab, show some signs of life, I can possibly be there in this area. Okay? Vicious game. This week has just been all about just waiting for the close, entry. Okay, let's take a listen. Let's continue to listen. All right. Bias is still bearish. 88%, 7 out of 8 score. That just gives us the overall sentiment. Let's take a listen.
Well, first, Mr. President, it's just an honor to be here.
This is very heavy.
I know.
You have a strong neck.
You said, well, you're the healthiest guy here, so you got the neck to do it. Yes, sir. So, just want to say thank you so much for having us here. Absolute honor. And last year, I was hesitant to say it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, right? Because I knew we'd be back this year. So I'm glad I can now say it's a twice-in-a-lifetime experience. And just couldn't have done it without our whole team here, right? Our support staff, from the strength and the trainers to all these guys and all the guys who are still at school right now in class. Thanks to all of them, and just for everybody for supporting us. And go Navy, beat everybody.
Absolutely. First off, thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to be here. Blake said most of it, but I'm just so thankful to all my teammates and all my coaches for all the hard work they put in. It's very hard to go 11-2 in the season, but I couldn't be more proud to play for Navy football, and I couldn't be more proud to represent the United States Naval Academy. So, go Navy, beat Army forever.
We're going to see you at the Oval. Now, anybody does not want to go to the Oval, please raise your hand. Okay. I'll see you in the Oval. I had a feeling you were going to do that. Thank you. See you in a couple of minutes. Okay? We have something. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Okay, that wraps it up. So again, OPEX, they're playing some vicious games. Robinhood didn't let me close that position. Are you still in, Jose? Were you able to close it? Yeah, that one you had to be a sniper to get in and out of that. And it depends where the entry is. So what it did is it just filled all the orders above and then dragged them to the ground. So be very careful, guys. Be very careful. So let's see if we do the same maneuver in this area. After 11:30, it's officially third shift. Make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to subscribe. Let's get caught up. Okay, the question we had earlier was about VWAP. So when you think of VWAP, when you think of moving averages, when you think of those type of overlays that you put on your chart, you have to understand, guys, VWAPs, moving averages, vary broker to broker. 1. 2, okay, there's not a huge variation. It's just a slight variation. 2, there's 2 VWAPs, 2 EMAs. What I mean by that is for every singular VWAP, for every singular EMA, there's 2 measures. The question becomes, do you have your real-time data, or do you have your real-time data, okay? So the regular trading hours, not the real-time, the regular trading hours, or do you have the extended trading hours, which calculates the post-market and pre-market? Depending on that, you'll get 2 VWAPs. All right, so what we pay attention to, what I pay attention to is both. We call it VWAP 1 and VWAP 2. All right, so there's technically 2 VWAPs. Sometimes there can be a difference in both of them, a big difference, small difference, but now when you think of EMAs and VWAPs, there's actually 2 versions. So it might be different, so the question becomes, which one do you want to use? The one that's with the extended trading hours, it factors in everything that happened post-market, everything that happened in the pre-market. The one that has the RTH, okay, the one that just takes into consideration the from the 9:30 to 9:30 a.m. Eastern all the way to 4 p.m. only calculates, okay, the data from 9:30 a.m. If I said p.m., I meant to say a.m. to 4 p.m. So it just depends which one you're using. All right, so very important to know which one you're using. Okay, prepare for IQ down if it wants to listen to him. All right, so again, it continues to chop. Look at that, just gets above there. Resistance being resistance. No close above here. VWAP PML test. They grab those highs. Whoosh, peekaboo. Peekaboo. So you see how Shockwave 15 just gives you 1. Right? We took 2 trades today, stopped out on this initial one, took this, worked out nicely in our favor. All right. So let's check back on the poll. Poll question for today is, what worked best for you this week? Breakouts, pullbacks, reversals, or nothing worked? So now the poll is shifting. At the time we had the first read, we were about at 70 votes. We're at about 115 votes. Okay. 31% saying nothing worked. So if you're in the nothing worked camp, right, it might have to do with the entry, the execution, right, of that particular setup. Maybe not getting the best entry in it, maybe getting wicked out. Okay, that could be the case. But throughout the week, all three of these, okay, were available. There were breakouts available, there were pullbacks available, there were reversals available. Right, but the difficult part this week was the execution. Right, getting the right fill. Almost like the timing, the art behind the entry. Right, had maybe taken multiple attempts. So that's been the theme of the week. Okay, so now when you go back in your journal, when you review, right, see what things you can improve from that lens as well. Is it maybe waiting for a particular candle? Maybe you're waiting for closure. All right, even if you don't get the best fill, okay, it shouldn't be a reason for you to stretch out your risk. If I don't get the best fill, I just can't say, hey, you know what, since I didn't get filled exactly what I want, now let me just arbitrarily make my risk 50%. The risk has to be predefined. Okay, so let me know if that makes sense about the VWAP. That was a great question someone brought up. Pullback is the winner. And longs again. Yeah, so in chop, resistance being resistance, support being support is the recipe. Hey man, just want to say thank you for taking the time to actually walk us through your process and why you think it will go a certain way. It really helps understand and learn. Absolutely, guys. This is why the entire program is designed for, to make it as educational as possible. Okay, so I'm glad that you're finding value. Just make sure you hit the like button, subscribe. That's all I ask on YouTube as we continue to grow our community. Did not expect that to happen so quick. I only got to close a few 0 DTEs, still holding some. Still holding 3. Okay, 3 DTEs. So you're looking for a net long move to the upside. Target 656.50. Okay, good. We're getting some option volume. Look at that. A lot of it is calls. Okay, the 655 calls. Some heavy volume. Yep, and there you're with the institutions, Sancho. You're thinking institutionally. Good. So I'll see if I get that sweep. If we get that sweep, I'll be on the calls as well. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. It's just this chop. This is OPEX. We had no catalyst today. All the catalysts were on the back end. So meaning we already got past those catalysts. We had FOMC. We had a ton of things today. This week. We had PPI. We have employment data. And now we are officially below the 200 MA on the daily. Can we stay below it? QQQ, let's take a look at it. QQQ also provide a nice breakdown. Okay, you can see, boom. Here we go, Shockwave 15 to the rescue. TP1, TP2. So you risk one, you risk. Say at this point, say if I took the, let me just go back in time. Say if I took the at this time at 9:51. Okay, 9:51. Say if I took the if I went further strike, if I took this as a strike, okay, or if I took at the money, whichever strike, let's just say to make it cheaper, I took the 586s. Okay, let's do something here. Say I took the 586s. Okay, QQQ. Okay, this is QQQ's options chart on the 1 at 9:51. At 9:51, the 586s were right here. Right here. They were trading between 88 cents on the high end $1.30. All right. So say as it breaks at that particular area, let's just say you get filled somewhere in this candle. When it hits TP, okay, let's just say worst case scenario, you get filled at 134. All right. Let's not try to favor the setup itself. Okay. You get the worst fill, 130, 135. It comes in when it hits TP. Okay. When it hits TP at 10:57. Where did my chart go? All right, when it hits TP at 10:57, give me 1 second. Okay, when it hits TP at 10:57, it's already at 160. So it's already up at about 30 bucks per contract. Say you got the best fill. You got a fill in this area, 91. It's already up 160. So anywhere from 30 bucks per contract, okay, all the way to 80 bucks per contract, depending on the fill. Okay, just on this little drop. Okay, because the fills and the execution can vary. All right, that's the variable part, right? That's the hard part, the execution, the fills. Okay, that's what keeps things variable. All right, so yeah, QQQ played out nicely. Yep, 100% chop salad, chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. This is the market is running a rebate program. Okay, the rebate program is give your profits back from the week. The market is taking donations. All right, SPY's taking donations, QQQ taking donations. Okay, it's like the market is ringing the bell. You know, during the holiday season, Salvation Army, they ring the bell in front of retail stores. Very similar thing. All right, this is donation hour, give back profit hour. So if you feel inclined to donate, by all means. All right, so there's nothing here that's clean. No, I donated. Yeah, there's some donations this week. Good, good, good. How are we doing so far, guys? 0 for 3. Only one green day this week. Hang in there, ERA. You've been doing tremendous. Great job on staying disciplined. Right, it's very hard. It's very easy, I would say, if you've read on the week to break some rules and try to get 10, 15, 20 trades in to overcompensate. So good job on being patient. Or good job on being disciplined and sticking to the formula in the face of just getting stopped out and things not working out. That's the hardest part. It's like, can you stick to the plan when the plan is not working out? Okay, can you stick to the plan when the plan is not working out? Almost beautiful job. That was a sniper. This one you have to be trained to take that shot. All right. This is not a shot for everybody. You have to be trained. Literally, you have to be a trained sniper. You have to be the elite of the elite in training to be able to extract here. Because as it's going, you're seeing it. Okay. And then if you take a majority off per protocol, and then you start to see if you can hold VWAP, and then if it can't hold VWAP, you get out. You still have something to show for it. Again, depending on where you get filled. All right, depending on where you get filled. If you try to chase, you'll get filled somewhere that high this candle. Any kind of pullback, you sit and draw down. Right? So great job, Hustle. Good. We'll run the stream until 12:30 today, guys. It's Friday. Let me know if you have any questions. If it's been your first week in our Discord, if you've been here for more than a week, do me a favor, guys. Make sure to take some time over the weekend. Go over to WAP and leave some stars. Leave a review. All right. Most of you are still new, the OG members. If you've been here more than a month, okay, leave a testimonial. If you've been here more than a quarter, whenever you get a chance, leave a testimonial in the testimonial tab. Okay, so in the Discord, the testimonial tab is in the Discord. That helps. Okay, that helps. So again, I'll show you how to leave that review. It's fairly straightforward. All you gotta do is log back into WAP. It gives you the stars. It doesn't have to be something lengthy and profound. All right. If you want, you can just put some stars. Okay, make sure it reflects your experience. If you want to make it lengthy, by all means. All right, but don't be discouraged because hey, you know what? I don't know what to say, and don't let that stop you from leaving some reviews. It tremendously helps the growth, the sustainable growth of our community. Okay, so I'll show you where to do that. You can see we have here. So there's going to be an option to leave a review. Make sure to leave a review on WAP. Okay, so we have about 13 reviews. All right, let's see if we can get that to 20. All right, only leave a review if you've been here for a week. Okay, give it about a week. Get familiar with everything, and then leave a review. All right, so if you're above that week level, if you've been here more than a week and you've joined through WAP, take 2 minutes, 1 minute, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe sometime this weekend, to leave a review. Okay, that does help a lot. Okay. All right, my job is to over deliver. All right, so 5-star is the standard. 5 stars is standard. And if there's things you want me to change, improve, again, reach out to me in the DM. I'm always open to constructive criticism. All right, I'm always open to getting better. I just reach out in the DM. Say, hey, if you add this channel, things will help. If you touch on XYZ, this will help. So anything to help the community overall, especially the strikers, all right, I'm willing to do. Okay. First things first, 100 likes, guys. Let's see if we get 100 likes. We've been on a 100 like streak. I'm done. We're going to wait for the release of the indicator. That should be wrapping that up this weekend. Early release. It's going to be awesome, guys. Like I said, it kind of takes the fun out of it, the discretionary part. But trading. The core of trading is supposed to be boring. It's supposed to be as mechanical as possible. But I do enjoy the discretionary element. All right, but it's supposed to be as mechanical as possible, and that's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is. So we'll have more things coming out as well. All right, so all the stuff that are pertaining to level-based overlay indicators, I'm still building. That's going to be available in the community. This is an entire system. Okay, so this one will be up for sale. All right, so again, and of course the code is going to be covered. All right, so that's the whole point. The code is proprietary. All right, so you will have access to that. Any releases after this, okay, if there's Shockwave 15 Pro, 2.0, 1.5, if you have the first one, all right, again, just like everything else, you have access to all the upgrades. All right, there will be an upgrade coming up. That's going to add a little more features to it, but that upgrade is not necessary at the current moment, so just be on the lookout for that. But this is more than enough for an opening range system for the people who are looking to trade between 9:30 and 11:30. Right, you have that window of time available. Okay, set your alerts, predefine your risk. All right, and let it play out. Any questions on YouTube, guys? Any questions on YouTube? Charity act done for the day. Good. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Like. Sunday. Don't forget Sunday, guys. Sunday we'll do the stocks after dark. And we're going to go into that second half of March. And then next month, April, we'll see what that has in store. First month of Q2. So, trivia. What new candles do we get on the first day of April? The first weekday, the first trading day of April, what levels reset? Okay? On the first day of April, what levels reset? Okay, if you're using the SAT method, what levels reset? What are going to be the most important levels the first day of April? Put in the chat if you know. If you know this, you know what. You have a solid understanding of key levels. What time on Sunday? 7:30 p.m. So it will not be on YouTube. It will not be on YouTube. It will be in our Discord. Okay, it will be via Google Meets. All right, more of an intimate setting, so we can have that two-way line of communication available. Okay, that is going to be available. If you're interested in that, link is pinned. Let's go to the hourly real quick. Okay, let's just jump over to the hourly. That gives us bigger picture, right? Bigger picture of what's going on. All right, so now we talked about the most important zones to pay attention to on this hourly candle. One was the shallow area for that retrace reject of that 4 hour, which coincided with that PML with that VWAP. So we did see just a few minutes ago, if you're just jumping, we did see us on the one spike up above this, trap those longs above this high, and drop back lower. So if this hourly candle continues to hold below this 4 hour low, continues to hold below VWAP as it continues to move lower, and it continues to hold below PML, this 1 hour candle has 7 minutes left. In the next 7 minutes, okay, what's going to happen is this candle's low becomes critical, because now from a 4 hour perspective, we go 2 up, 2 down for that continued push lower. So let's see how this hourly candle continues to push, because what happened was for this 1 hour candle to be reversal, All right, so this is what will be referred to as, if this candle stopped now, in strat terminology, as a failed 2. All right, so if you use the strat, all right, a lot of traders have a hard time with I would say the strat is one of the most hindsight based strategies if you don't know how to use it properly, because everything makes sense after the fact, right? So it gives you this false illusion that you didn't have to sit through anything for you to play it. So in this case, this strat reversal, okay, goes 2 down, 2 up, traps, so it got invalidated. The fact that this failed traps these highs, all right, context matters, where we are matters. Right now, do we have enough fuel to drag us back into these lows? Right, these lows, I want these lows to remain the target, and this hourly to come into these lows to see if there's more of a structural break. On the one, what I'm looking to play is, okay, this hourly candle, okay, probably it's going to take more than the next 6 minutes. If you can do one of these maneuvers, back the upside. All right, recoil back into that, back that VWAP, back that PML. If this candle holds for the next 5 minutes now, okay, this break will be the trigger, and this will be the target. So you can see it's a very, very thin, very, very small window. So my line of thinking would be, all right, use this target as the sweep back in. So let it break, okay, let it hit target, and then get back in and trap those shorts. Back the upside. All right, because the risk reward to the downside, especially near these lows, might not be enough for me. All right, the risk reward to the upside looks more appealing from where we are. So if I'm looking to go to the upside from a risk reward standpoint, I have to get the calls at the very lowest point or close to the cheapest price of the day. If the risk reward makes sense to me for the calls up here, right, because of some sort of continued momentum to the upside, then I'm not going to get at the cheapest price of the day. I'm going to get somewhere in the middle as they continue to appreciate, because I'm betting on continued momentum to the upside. Okay, so I'm looking to take this break to the downside, all right, get the best price for this break, or best bang for my buck. More than likely, I have to take the most amount of risk and counter this reversal, that strat reversal, which translates to that PML rejection and that VWAP rejection, which we did see price grab. So that would be the best seat, the cheapest seat to get those shorts into this break. All right, so positioning and where you are and what you pay matters. All right, because your entry price, okay, the better the entry, the closer you are to profits. The worse your entry, the closer you are to get stopped out. Even if you're right. So entries do really matter. Strat, we can do a lesson on the strat. Strat's not overly complicated. We can go over it one of these days. I do have a video for our private YouTube members, and I have a whole course on the strat. So strat, I know the strat inside out. So I leverage the strat combinations, right? I don't play the strat per se for everything. I'm not the problem with these systems, guys, or the problem with these strategies is they have a cult-like following. Okay, it's like, oh, I'm in the smart money camp, I'm in the ICT camp, I'm in the strat camp, I'm in this camp. I don't belong to any camp. All right, what I do is I go into each one of these camps, extract the information, see what works, and apply it to my system. All right, I'm not beholden to one strategy. I'm not above saying, hey, you know what, EMAs are because a lot of these camps, they want to disregard these simpler strategies when these simpler strategies just work just as effectively, if not more effectively. All right, but the strat, we can go over that sometime. One of our Sunday night programs. I do have some videos for our YouTube members on the strat as well. There's an introductory course there on the strat. Right, so it's nothing overly complicated. If you pay attention to price over time, you don't need all those numbers on your chart. To me, that's very distracting. You see some traders, they have a bunch of numbers on their charts, like 1, 2. You should be able to identify what's what. If that is your system, okay, you should be able to visually identify it. without having the numbers. Okay, so because now it puts another layer of noise on the chart. Okay. But the strat, it's good for understanding price action combinations. That's what it's good for. It's good for understanding areas of exhaustion. Okay. It's good for understanding where reversals can take place. There are some good elements about it. What I also do like about it is the principle of time frame continuity. Okay. So make sure you're doing that, guys. Don't just fall into one of these trading cults. Okay. Don't ascribe to just that particular line of thinking and just be blinded by everything else. Take the best elements of everything. That's how I built my system. Okay. So that means you have to go down the process of learning almost everything. Okay. And you can just save the time, and then, or if you don't want to spend all that time, right, we can just go through it together. If you're interested in this strat, folks in the Discord, you also have access to that video. I did have some slides. I can maybe put some slides there as well from that presentation. But what I would say is I'd recommend you taking the elements that work best for you and leaving everything else. Leaving everything else and then going to the next system. Okay. Do we have any strat traders in the chat? If you're a strat trader, put strat. If you're a smart money concepts trader, put SMC. Do we have any strat traders? I think the strat is coming back a little bit. It did get popular in, I would say, like 22-ish. Okay. And then it kind of disappeared. And then now it's kind of making a resurgence. With the creator of the strat, Rob Smith, RIP. So that's basically what SAT is. SAT is just taking everything and then refining it. All right, taking everything and then basically refining it. It's like a hybrid. I've been learning the strat. What's your favorite combo? Okay, let's just go over the strat real quick. We have some time to. Okay, let's just go over the basic principles. All right, quickly, we'll do a quick crash course on the strat. All right, so the strat, what it has is it's a way to identify candlestick combinations. So these are the pillars. One is candlestick combinations. Okay, what are these candlestick combinations good for? To understand if there's continuations, reversals, all right, or choppy conditions. Another framework, another pillar is time frame continuity, and another pillar is Browning formation. These are the three pillars. All right. So you need to understand each of these pillars to understand the whole theory itself. All right. So now these price action combinations are essentially state this. Price can do one of three things. All right. What are these one of three things? It can either be inside, which just means it's just inside. It means it doesn't break out the high or the low of that prior candle. It can continue. Okay. It can continue to sell off. Okay. It continue to get bought back up. All right. So continuation. It can continue what it's doing, or it can completely go the other way. Meaning essentially engulf. Right. It was going this way and then it goes all the way to the upside. So there's a scenario assigned to each of these. Right. These are the scenarios that are assigned. So if it's inside, okay, that's referred to as an inside bar. They call that 1. If it continues, this is called a 2. If it engulfs both sides, all right, after taking out one side, it takes out the other side in that same candle, not the very next one. Okay, then that's referred to as a 3. Okay, so very simply, okay, very, very simple. Don't have to overcomplicate it. All right, there's 3 things price can possibly do: stay inside, expand, or engulf. Go the other way. They call this the 1, they call this a 2, they call this a 3. So based on those 3 possibilities, they assign, they have combinations. Okay, those combinations are what are likely to happen. Okay, what are likely to happen. So now the most common combination is, of course, there's a lot of them. You have the 2 down, so a 2, so you get a 2 candle. So remember, 2 means it's continuing from the prior candle. So let's say there's a 2 down. Let's say it's a bearish candle. Okay, 2 down. And we'll go over a couple of combos. And then you have another 2 here. And this 2 is a hammer. So they do like to use hammers. They like to use hammers and dojis. Okay, so inverted hammers, dojis, referred to as hammer and shooters. Okay, and you get another 2. There's still a 2. And then you get a 1. And then you get another 2. I should say, not a 1. You get another 2. Okay, so and then you get that 2. So now in this case, okay, this is one of the combos. This is a 2-2 reversal. 2 down. Okay, it goes 2 down, and then it takes us to this high up here. So it goes 2 down, 2 up. I like this reversal. I like this one right here. There's another one, which is the 2-1-2 reversal. And that can work either way. 2-1-2 reversal means there's consolidation. That consolidation ends. Next candle opens up, breaks the consolidation. So it goes 2 inside and then 2 the other way. Okay, so those are the basic things to understand. When it comes to those candlesticks, there's multiple combinations. Okay, one is to classify the type of candles after they close, and based off those classifications, you have something called combinations. Okay. 2 is, what was the second pillar we went over? Time frame continuity. Okay, time frame continuity means are the higher time frames in alignment. So let's say, hey, you know what? The weekly is bullish, the monthly is bullish, the quarterly is bullish. That means buyers are in control. There's a great principle. Okay, and the yearly is bullish, kind of like what we talked about earlier. Okay, so now in the higher time frames, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, all bullish, and on the daily, we get some selling. Okay, we get some selling on the daily. Guess what? On the daily now, guys, we want that selling because we want to look for a reversal combination the next day on the daily, going back into this time frame continuity. So the inverse applies. All right, so the same is true the other way. So when there's no time frame continuity, it would mean the daily is selling. Maybe the weekly is inside. Okay, the monthly is bearish, and the quarterly is bullish, and the yearly is inside. This is no time frame continuity. This means it's choppy. Okay. Pillar number 1: price action combinations. Understanding the price classifications, which lead to price action combinations. Those are the triggers. 2, time frame continuity. 3, broadening formations. Broadening formation is simply, okay, the way price discovery works from the lens of the strat. So they believe price is always expanding. All right. So whenever you find a broadening formation, this is how price discovery works. What it means is price is always looking to broaden out. Okay. So now you're looking for these broadening formations in all sorts of time frames. And then what you're looking for, because when you find this broadening formation, it gives you the resistance, the support, liquidity grabs. This is where all those things come from. Okay. It comes from all those things. And it goes to the exhaustion, mean reversion type of setups. Okay, so you can see how things are hand in hand. I'll prove it. This is a grab of highs and grab of lows. This is resistance, sloping upward. Okay, this is combination. This is engulfing. Okay, 2 down, 2 up is basically a morning star. This inside candles and harami. It's all saying the same thing in different ways. Okay, so broadening formation. This is how price likes to go. So where do you look to take price for reversals? At points of exhaustion. Okay, points of exhaustion is more than likely the areas where we're going to see, okay, the sellers are exhausted. Okay, they take their profits, and then now the buyers start stepping in. because this is where it's heavily discounted, right? This is where there's a lot of demand. This is where they can pick it back up, and it does some sort of mean reversion. And when it comes to some sort of mean reversion, we get more buyers piling in for that continuation trade and leads us to the highs of the Browning formation as well. Okay, that's basically what the strat is. Okay, these three pillars. Okay, and now you take these three pillars and you combine all these three pillars. There's a couple of other nuanced things to know, but overall, that's a quick, that's 10 minute breakdown of what the strat is in a nutshell. All right, so it's not too complicated, but it takes practice to be able to recognize those candles. I can recognize the candles right off the bat. I do have my candles colored in a way where I don't have the numbers, but just the colors, right? So I can already know. If I don't have the colors, I can already tell. Okay, so that is a strat in a nutshell and under 10 minutes. Those are the core principles. Okay, so now you take those principles and you see the things that work for you. Okay, so there's a couple of combinations that I do like. What I do like to do is I like to take those price action combinations off of my key zones, off of my key levels. Right, you see how you leverage the different things. So you're taking one principle that works with a principle that you already have that's proven, and you're merging those two things rather than taking things at face value. Okay? Rather than taking things at face value. Another rejection off that VWAP, see if it leads us lower. All right, so hopefully that helped. 322, 122, there's a list of different combinations. And what is the entry model for the strat? You take the strat break right away. See, that's not my style of trading. My style of trading is not enter right away. Okay, so what happens is with strat, your entry, okay, this is, in my opinion, the flaw. Okay, when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. So just when a system works, when it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't. It's going to come down to that individual's trader ability to manage risk and manage capital. All right, so two people can be trading a strat, they can have two different results. Because what the strat says, okay, textbook definition is as soon as price breaks, you're in. Okay, as soon as price breaks, they're in. There's mixed theories about where your risk should be. All right, so it doesn't give you a general idea where the risk is. It's just more of, you see how the entry is defined, okay, but the risk is arbitrary. That's what I don't like. Okay, I'm the opposite. Where I think is my risk has to be defined and my entry can be arbitrary. My risk cannot be arbitrary because some people say you stop here, some you put it here, some people say 50% of this candle, so on and so forth. So if you're looking for a system, the system must give you defined risk first. Number one, not arbitrary. That is the most important element of trading. You have to know what you're risking. You have to know what's on the line. Okay, you have to know what's on the line. All right, so that's very, very important. So hopefully that helped. All right, we continue to chop here. Close higher strikes, draw DTs here. Good. Anyone else trade this strat? 1 minute structure breaks bearish, now buying calls. You're efficient at the bottom. The safest trade to take is on any time frame is to look for price to have created two higher highs, two higher lows, and look for retrace to the higher low, or two lower highs and two lower lows for puts. Yeah, I can see that for that continue push lower. Continue just playing the trend. That's textbook. Flexible with sometimes you get 50% retrace, but personally, the deeper the retrace, the better the price, and less chance of stopping out. Lower risk trend. If America goes boots on the ground, market will plummet. I can see that, right? So we were saying pay attention to that keyword very, very early. Okay, that was the only thing I was concerned with. And it's just, how do we know? It's just instinct. Okay, you have to know how these headlines work. You have to know how what moves the masses, what moves the markets. Just certain keywords. All right, so the biggest keywords are boots on the ground, and the biggest keyword is major U.S. asset hit, We don't want to see that take place. Because unfortunately, right, there are, when there's boots on the ground, there are fellow Americans who have to go, right? They have to sacrifice their lives for our freedom. So it's not just, boots on the ground. We just get to do whatever. There's someone on the ground on our behalf, if that makes sense. So I definitely don't want to see that, right, from a personal standpoint, but it's not up to me. See if that holds or if it folds. All right, so it looks like just 2 trades, 1 stop bet, 1 worked in our favor for today. Just chopping around here. It's OPEX. Be careful, guys. Enjoy your Friday. Any questions? We'll run this thing until 12:30. Make sure to like the video, guys. If we can get 100 likes by then, we'll do the giveaway. Okay. Now let's try to get, we're doing a great job. 450 subs, 4,050 subs. All right, that'll be great. Today's at Chop City. Either play for next week or Monday, but be aware any major strikes of infrastructure trials of golf over the weekend. The market is tipping. Yeah, anything can happen over the weekend. Okay, anything can happen over the weekend. 1 year anniversary. I was gonna do that today. We'll do it on a Monday. How about that, guys? We'll do it on Monday. I wanted to collect everyone's name properly and do that. All right, so we'll hold off on that. Could have bought the last year when we were down. Also, does it mean bullish smart money wins or bearish make them worthless? Smart money wins 100%. All right, smart money. Doesn't lose because they have unlimited reserves. All right, they play a different game. Spot recovered. It's daily. Drop back in the green. So 1 year anniversary giveaway. We'll do that next week. All right, next week Monday we'll shoot for next week. If we can get 100 likes in the next 15 minutes, we'll do our regular giveaway. So if you're just joining us for the first time, guys, make sure to like. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. All right. I opened up a few more spots. It's three spots. All right, so you can see it's actually a number. I'll show you. Where is it? Okay, number of spots left. Number of spots left. Okay, no spots left. Okay, so literally, no, three spots left. Okay, so that's it. All right, before we do that, I wanted to go over some names that were down big. So again, if you're looking to take those 3 spots, if you do like the things we're doing, you want to be part of our team, take advantage, use the code 20%. Use the code 20%, okay? Okay, so what I wanted to look at was here, guys, okay? This is my favorite free tool, FinViz. Add it to your list of tools. Great tool. If you want to know how to look for names that are under their 200 EMA, whatever EMA it is, we're going to go over that filter real quick. The first is going to be this description is a great screener, very simple screener. All right, I don't want you to go over 1,000 names and manually do it. On the description, you go to market cap, okay? You go to mega cap. That's what I'm interested in. S&P, okay, as the index. You can select it by sector. We're not going to do sector quite yet. USA, of course, that's S&P. You can leave that on or take it off and then go right to technical. Once you go to the technical tab, it tells us, again, this tool is completely for free. It tells us all the names in the mega cap space that are below their 200 EMA. What we're going to go is we're going to go over to the 200 EMA tab. All right. And it's price below 200 EMA. If we want to know the names that are 10% away from 200 EMA, okay, you can also do that. But first, let's take a look. Who's below their 200 EMA? What are the opportunities on the daily? All right, that's what I love to do. Okay, so now we can see. I'm gonna organize it by volume. All right, because I want the volume names first. Okay, look at this, guys. Nvidia below 200 EMA. Okay, Tesla below 200 EMA. Amazon below 200 EMA. Palantir below 200 EMA. So out of our terrific 12, 4 are here. Bank of America, Netflix, Microsoft, Oracle, Broadcom, Wells Fargo, forget about Wells Fargo, Meta, let's focus on the big names, UNH, JPM, Burke, okay, Home Depot. These names are below the 200 EMA. If you just take a look at it from the chart, you just click chart. Look at the cool thing. It does the charting for you automatically. All right, this does the general technicals for you automatically. If you go to the not the custom, the ticker, not the ticker. Where was the one I like to use? Technical chart, TA. Here we go. It does it for you. So we've organized all the names below their 200 MA currently. Okay, mega cap names. Here they are. So NVIDIA sitting right at that support. You can see NVIDIA. I didn't draw a single thing. Look at that. So if that support doesn't hold on NVIDIA, which is right just below 200 MA, NVIDIA can see a nice little drop to the downside. So the question is, do buyers pick this thing back up? They see what you see. Now the question is, do the big boys click the buy button? If they do, we will see them through the candle, okay? And then we can click the buy button. We just follow them, okay? If we buy, it's not enough to move anything. All right? They buy, we buy. So we don't have to beat them to the punch because we can't move the market. Is they react, we follow. Okay? So you can see completely free tool that's available. All right? Tesla, same thing. You can do the assessment. You can see here as well all the names. So you can customize it to your heart's content. If you go to basic, you can have basic as well. If you go to the technical, I believe that's technical, you can do that as well. You can do performance. You can do based on overview. Okay, more holistic view. And now let's dive a little deeper and go to or above that view up. See if we can stay above it on SPY. Go to the names, mega cap names that are 10% below 200 MA. Before we do that, let's go through the sectors. Okay, let's filter it through sectors. This will tell us how we're doing. All right, so we're going to go to this tab right here, okay? We're going to go to this tab right here. Where's the sectors? Okay, we're going to go to sectors. All right, so first things first, let's go to technology. These are the names in the technology sector that are below 200 MA. NVIDIA, Palantir, they have Palantir as a technology, but it actually classifies as industrials, but that's fine. We'll just say NVIDIA, Palantir, Microsoft, Oracle, Broadcom, IBM. Okay, next, utilities. Nothing in utilities below 200 MA. So that tells us if we just put the pieces together, there's a little bit of strength in utilities. Utility has not experienced a sell-off. Let's go to real estate. Same thing as real estate, the real estate names, but there's not a lot of real estate names in the mega cap classification. So this can be just an invalid read because there's no real estate names in the mega cap classification. This is from a mega cap standpoint. Healthcare, United Health, AbbVie. Financials, bank. A good chunk of the financial mega cap names are in below 200 MA. So that tells us the financials and tech are taking a hit. Energy, there are some mega cap tech names that are in energy. A few of them, some of them are large cap, but we can see there's none there. How about on the large cap side? None there. How about the mid cap? None there. So you know why? Because energy is the one sector we're seeing stability or some bullish activity. Consumer defense, PG, Philip Morris. Everything else is still up. Consumer cyclical. So think of this as consumer discretionary. Tesla, Amazon, Home Depot for mega caps. Communication services, Netflix, Meta, T-Mobile. Basic materials, none. So through deductive reasoning, without reading any analyst report, without waiting for any news source to tell us what is going on, okay, through deductive reasoning, we can see that sell-off is in tech from a mega cap lens. Remember, the filter is mega cap. The sell-off is in mega cap tech. The sell-off is in mega cap financials, okay? A little bit of healthcare, but it's primarily between tech, financials. Energy, still holding up. Okay, so now that gives you that holistic perspective. You can filter it some more. You can do some more cool things with this screener. And this screener, guys, more than enough. This screener, more than enough to get the job done. Okay, so what am I looking for? Any? Okay, I'm paying attention to names below 10% of 200 MA mega cap. What are the names? Okay, these are the ones that are 10% below 200 MA. American Express, MasterCard, IBM, Home Depot, Visa, United Health, Meta, Oracle, Microsoft, Netflix. 10 names. Who's 20% below 200 MA? So extreme sell-off. Microsoft and Oracle. So now Microsoft is worth taking a look at fundamentally, doing the deep dive of Microsoft to see if it makes sense. Okay. Who's 30% below 200 MA? Oracle. All right. I'm more leaning towards Microsoft than Oracle. So there you go. All right. That's how you use that basic screener. If you want to do the opposite, if you want to say, hey, you know what? Forget about how it's sold off aggressively. Let's see, since everything's below 200 MA, the thing you want to do is, guys, if something is below 200 MA and you're wondering what's still holding up, you want to see the sectors that are not below 200 MA, the names in that sector, and see if they're holding their 50. So now we want to see, okay, below 50 MA. Okay, and above, let's see if we can do above 200 MA. Okay, so between that 50, and there you go. So these are, not sure why they have Netflix here again, because Netflix is below that level. But you can see MU, ExxonMobil, Chevron, LRCX, so on and so forth. Okay, hello. I think we lost connection there for a bit. Can you guys hear me? All right. I don't know what happened there on Google Meet. We just lost connection there. Okay. Thumbs up if it's good. Just lost connection there briefly. We should be back. All right. So feel free to use that tool absolutely for free. Okay. Have fun with it. FinViz. Okay. Great tool. Add that to your list of tools to use. I have no affiliation, no promo code to give you with FinViz, but it's a great tool that I do like to use as well. Absolutely for free. If you want to pay for it, you can. But in my opinion, if you pay for it, it's going to be good for the backtesting feature. Okay, there's a backtesting feature it does have, but FinViz, really good tool. You can get a lot done with the free if you know how to use it. Okay. What charting program am I using? I am using TradingView. Did we lose connection on YouTube as well? We're just chopping around, guys. It's OPEX. Looks like free gamma info. Very interesting site. Insider Finance. Let's take a look at it. Put on a big chart. Okay. Yeah, we can see it right there at the 652 spot gamma right there. What else do they have? Earnings calendar, top tickers, new sentiment. I like it. Clean chart. Okay. Is this delayed or is this live? Oh, it's delayed by 30 minutes. I wonder if we can integrate this into the Discord. Need that Discord integration. I'll take a look at it. But Discord integration, because I don't want to have it and then take a screenshot and post it. I want that direct integration. Any questions, guys? Thank you for sharing. I'll take more of a deep dive into that. Any tools you guys have, guys, you want to share, feel free. The more, the merrier. Do we need a certain level of trading view? You can use the the Shockwave 15 just requires you to be able to have one indicator. So trading view, let's take a look at trading view, the plans. Okay, the essential. Okay, the essential. You get 2 charts. So you can have the essential. I think you can have the free as well. With the free, you can have one indicator. All right, but essential will be at least the best one to go with. Okay, so again, in your trading journey, you're going to have to set aside a little bit of capital on your expenses. Okay. The one that I use is right here. Okay, the one that I use is right there. The 8 charts. So I don't need 16 charts. Okay. So I don't need 16 charts. So I just use 8 charts. And I do this. I missed the Black Friday. I do this yearly. All right. So essential costs about $20, $15 a month. $15 a month. That should be good to go. Maybe you can get away with the free, because the free might allow you to have one indicator. Nice breakdown there. Okay, it might allow you to have one indicator. That's a great indicator as well on Webull. Good, good, good. That's what I wanted to do. If we can come back and if we can sweep these lows, I like that. If not, I'm just going to leave it alone and just wrap it up. All right, but this breakdown is nice. Again, it traps off of this territory, gets into that resistance, slides back to the downside. To be honest, I'm kind of slowly checking out. Okay, slowly checking out mentally. Long week. We'll do the end of stream, end of week poll. If you find yourself doing the same thing, that's not a good mind state to be in to take trades. All right, it is 12:30. Let me see if I have 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway, and we'll look at the wrap up. Anyone riding that to the downside? Anyone riding that to the downside? I got it in and out 10%. Beautiful, beautiful. So essential is more than enough, Cowboy. Essential will get the job done. Okay, that was actually a nice breakdown. So in range, treat resistance as resistance, support as support. Don't try to look for the breakout in range. Okay. Only take the breakout after it broke out. That would be the best bet. That would be the best bet, guys. Spy racing to the bottom, hopefully. Momo-centric. Let's take a look at it. Momo-centric. Is that what it's called? Momo-centric? Because momocentric, having a single center. That's what it means. Or mono. That should be monocentric. Momocentric scanner. Tight stop is the best way to go. All right. Oh, we got the Minneapolis, Minnesota connections in our chat. Anyone fill out a bracket? My team got eliminated first round, so I mean, tough way to start off the tournament. Who's still in? That's crazy. Small world, guys. Small world. All right, 3 spots left, guys. Fill those spots up if you're interested. Let's go to the hourly real quick. All right, if you're playing bigger picture hourly, okay, what are we seeing? Inside. So we're waiting for that break. These lines are a little crooked. Inside, okay. The 4 hour also got reset. We had a new 4 hour candle, so we're also inside on the 4 hour. So we have a newer 4 hour candle. Now this 4 hour candle comes at 12 o'clock. We're on the same page, Turbo. Who's playing tonight? Is there any good games? Okay, St. Mary, Kentucky, Akron, Texas Tech. Don't blow it, Texas Tech. Arizona, LIU. I want to see some upsets. All right, when my team is eliminated, I look forward to the upsets. If we can't win, no one can. All right, sore loser. All right, just go with the upsets. So upset alert, you heard it here first. I think just a hunch. I think Virginia might go down. Virginia, who's going to go down? Texas Tech, Virginia, or Arizona? They're all pretty big favorites. Actually, I'll leave Virginia off the list. They're in the ACC. Texas Tech or Arizona. Who else? We have Iowa, Alabama. Is Alabama's basketball team better than their football team? Okay, this is the one. Okay, Momo. Okay. There we go. Okay. Wants my email. We'll check it later. There we go, guys. If you drop your state, you never know. You might be within arm's reach. All right. within 50 miles of a member. That's awesome. What are the odds? All right, do we get a second like that breakdown? I'll check that out. James, thank you for sharing. He's asking me for my email. Let's see if we have 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway, guys, and we'll wrap it up. Hopefully, you guys found value this week. Hopefully, you learned something. You took something away from these streams. Members, hopefully, you're continue to make incremental progress towards your ultimate goal. This week, we had to navigate through a lot. We have 111 weeks, 111 likes. So we'll do the giveaway here. So you can start dropping your names. We can start dropping some names in the chat. All right, so Sunday night, we'll get back together. And don't spend more than 2 efficient hours. More than 2 efficient hours out of your 48 hours on the charts. Take some time off away from the charts. Disconnect. All right, during the weekdays, I mean, as much as we try to disconnect, we're fully plugged into the charts. Even though the markets might not be open, we're still thinking about it. So over the weekend, it's a great time to reset. All right, do the things you enjoy, fill yourself back up, and then get ready to go to battle once again. At this point, it's not. I don't think it's going to get It's going to get easier anytime soon. Okay. We don't know what's going to take place over the weekend, so we have to assess it day by day. And guess what? We have the best job possible out of all the traders. Everyone is having a hard time, of course, but guess what? Swing traders, very difficult. That's why I argue learning how to scalp and learning how to day trade is the most important skill out of all of them. Okay? If all else fails, you can always go back to scalping. You can operate on the lower time frames. Swing trading is conditional based. Leap trading is conditional based. You have to wait. Sometimes 6 months to 12 months, maybe 18 months. Long-term investing, unless you're dollar cost averaging, you have to wait. The only thing you can do day in and day out to put yourself in position to entertain some opportunities is day trading itself. Scalping per se. So the most important skill, the hardest skill, the reason why people don't want to, they don't want to look at the 1 minute time frame because it's hard. So you're taking on the challenge of going down the path of learning the hardest trade in the space. Okay? So kudos to you for doing that. Be persistent, make the proper adjustments, and we'll walk through this together every single day, every single week. All right? And we'll navigate. All these conditions, the only thing it's going to do, guys, is going to do one thing. It's going to make us better. It's not going to break us. That's not going to happen. All right? We're only going to get better. If you're committed to trading, it's only get better. The only break is taking breaks. Okay? But don't let the game break you. Okay? We'll try to break your brain. We'll try to break your spirit. We'll try to break everything you have. So it's very important to respect the game for what it is. Now, we'll have to have that healthy level of respect for it day in, day out. We can't get too high, can't get too low. We have to come in right in the middle, somewhere near the middle. Of course, everyone has a burden they're carrying, right? Personally, everyone's going through different things, and they bring it to the market. So it's very important we have that healthy level of respect and that professionalism around this endeavor. And just treat it just like a job. Right? There's no different. Try to make it as mechanical as possible. Make the proper adjustments. But this time around, you call the shots. This time around, it boils down to what you can do, what you're capable of doing, what you're capable of changing. All right. So very important. You take those things into the weekend, make the proper adjustments, And whatever the market throws at us, we'll adjust as well and capitalize off the best opportunities. Okay, let's do the giveaway here. Let's collect some names. Strikers for the giveaway. If you win, you get the advanced boot camp. We have a lot of cool things coming up Q2. So we will talk about that in Q2. Maybe second half of April, late tail end of April, we'll get the boot camp going. So if you do win the giveaway, all right, you have a free ticket to the boot camp. For everyone else on YouTube, if you do win the giveaway, you have access to the course. I should be up to speed with everyone that has won. If you have not gotten the link yet, or if you have issues with the link, send me a DM again. So I did send out those DMs to everyone who did DM me. All right, so I'm gonna get to you. All right, so I try to get it done within 24 hours. It's not just engagement farming. Okay, you are gonna actually win something. All right. Okay, we got Amanda. Let me pull up the wheel. We'll start off with the strikers, and then we'll go over to YouTube. Okay, first one I got is Amanda. Got Candy Lady. Okay, so whether you're in Google Meets, James. Okay, gotcha, James. Okay. Deviate. Gotcha, deviate. I like that. It's kind of like deviate. Is that a play on numbers and words? Deviate, like deviate. Or is it actually just deviate? V8 as in like a V8 vehicle. Okay, let me take a look at the chat. Okay, let's go over to YouTube. Okay, the names are coming in. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit. Got Houston, Texas in the building. We got Gabriel. Okay, we got Hugh P. We got Brandley. We got Henry. We got Henry. We got Beck. All right. I'm just going to just copy it. Why do I have to type it? We got Mercy. We got Jeff. We got Arnie. So welcome back, everyone. I'm starting to get familiar with a lot of your names. So welcome back. We got Suki. We got Kelly. Spy, take another leg lower. We got Angie B. We got Kevin C. We got Wayne. Okay, we got Jake. Actually, maybe faster to type it. Okay, I think we have two Jakes. Yeah, okay, one Jake. All right. So again, put your names in still, guys. Names in the chat if you want to win. Another rejection of that VWAP territory. PML and VWAP have been the brick wall. We got Brunel. Jake from State Farm. There was a guy in our chat one time. His name was Jake from State Farm, and he had the picture as well. That was a while back. His username was Jake from State Farm. But I'm looking to go long as off of a sweep. Okay, if I'm looking to go long as off of a sweep. All right, just playing the extremes. 651.96. 61.96. We do have these lows. 61.96. Off of this, okay, just like in this area. Might be a little too high for me. I wanted to come sweep first shift's lows. Or second shift's lows. All right, it's the pressure's on the Bulls. I mean, the Bears can do this all day. I would be surprised if we don't get a response, some kind of response, guys. There's no one who wants to pick this up. That means bigger picture. Okay, remember the series? We talked about the series. All right. The Bears dominated this week. So can the Bulls get some sort of headline and it pushes this to the upside? Okay, and they use that momentum into Monday. That's the only thing they can really count on now. Technical standpoint, it's very difficult to be bullish for an expansion as long as we stay below here. If we can break out of here decisively with a hold, it's a pretty significant range between 653.10, 654, 654.14. Then they're on to something. But it's very difficult to go long exactly at that point. It's better to go long, again, just my take, near these lows, into those highs. All right, so that's the brick wall. Can they get above that brick wall? If they can, they get slammed back lower. Keep in mind it's OPEX. Okay, OPEX, options expiration. All right, is that all the names? We got Shizabi. Okay. What do we got, Richie? Okay. A couple of scenarios. Bottom of that channel. To complete the leg into those lows. Yeah, coming to support. The closer you get to those lows, the more of that support is coming into. Orb high, orb low. Should move here to complete the leg. Yeah, sweep those lows. Final leg at that 65.74. Richie is a great SPX. All right, our resident SPX trader. News. I'm afraid that the view up might be the high of the day, and Bears will push it back lower to 650 possible. What's really up for grabs for the Bears, guys? The up for grab for the Bears is to trigger that quarterly downside breaker. If they can get this thing back below 650.85, we officially trigger that quarterly downside breaker. So we're trading below Q4's lows. All right. Any other last entries, guys, before we wrap it up? Okay. So make sure your name's on the list. Make sure your name's on the list. Carlos. Got you, Carlos. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Let me check all the chats. Okay, yeah, Turbo got you. Turbo. Suda. Keep a close eye. No problem, Carlos. Okay, no problem, no problem, no problem. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, let's spin the wheel. Who's the winner today? Any side bets? Side bets. I'm thinking that I think Turbo got this one. I think Turbo might get this one. Okay, let's see. If Turbo wins, don't say it's rigged. Nope. Angie B. Angie B. Congratulations, Angie B. Angie B is the winner. Turbo. I was rooting for you, Turbo. I was rooting for you. Angie B is the winner. Congratulations, Angie B. Follow the link in the description. All right. Send me send me a DM. Code word bear. Code word bear, as in the animal bear. Okay, code word bear. Congratulations, Angie B. Send me a DM. Use code word bear. Code word has to be used. Use. Okay, code word bear. The link for you. Oh, you got to send me that message in the So there's no way I can reach out to you at the through the chat, right? There's no way. It's just one-way communication, right? So yeah, you're gonna have to follow this link, join the free tier Discord, and then from there you can send me a message in WAP or in the Discord. Okay, name, code word bear. I'll get you the link. I'll get you situated with the 5-hour day trading, get started day trading course. Okay. And here you go. Congratulations, Angie B. Okay. Just missed you, Nanitha. Or Nita. Sorry, I missed that. Any questions, guys? Any questions? It's 1 o'clock. We're going to wrap it up here. I'll keep the screens running from our strikers. Again, it's a good time to be done. Enjoy the weather. Hopefully, you guys learn something. We'll learn the polls end of the week. If you're in the Discord, of course, do me a favor. Leave a review. Testimonial if you've been in the community for more than a month. Review on WAP if you've been with me for more than a week. Stars or some sort of comment. That will tremendously help the growth of our community. Sunday night, 7:30 p.m. We'll get together. Okay, we're going to go over everything, recap some of the key things that took place, technical standpoint, macro standpoint, economic standpoint, a lot of things we're going to cover. We're going to prep for the upcoming week, go over a handful of names, go over some levels, go over some ideas, entertain some chart requests, and then we'll open up the floor for general Q&A, and then we'll look to get ready for Monday. Okay. On that note, thank you everyone for tuning in on YouTube. If you're interested in joining our community, all right. Let's see if it's still available. Okay. Promo code 20%. 20% should work. Okay, 20% should work. 20% off your first month. All right. If you're on the fence, $40. That's your stop loss. You like it, you continue. It's the best trade you're going to take. All right. You don't like it, it's not your cup of tea. Then that's the cost to access our resources. Okay. Make sure to go to our site. Use the link pinned. Use the code. What do you get? These are the features of the community. Go to the community tab. Okay. When you go to the community tab, these are the features. Apex plan, live trading, ad-free, delay-free, pre-market prep, extended trading coverage, high win rate trade ideas, option trading beginner course, 2,000 plus hours, ebook, 24/7 stock market newsfeed, automated technicals, high win rate trade ideas, you name it, we got it. All right. So this features are going to continue to increase and continue to add more value to your trading journey. Okay. Yearly plans available as well. Okay. So again, take advantage. Any questions on YouTube, let me know. Strikers, any questions, we'll hang up for a couple of minutes and then we'll wrap it up there as well. Okay. As always, thank you guys for tuning in. Stay safe over the weekend and God bless each one of you.